Let's finish this fucking story, everyone. I'm here and I'm awake now. Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Sharafasev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we're doing exactly what I just said. We are finishing Shining Wizard's storyline here in WWE 2K24. And we're going to be doing it for however long it takes. I don't care if it takes 3 hours. I don't care if it takes 2. I don't care if it takes 4. I don't think it's going to take us 4 if I pace myself enough. Although, if you were here last week, you'll know that I'm not. I tend to bite off more than I can chew, because Shining Wizard's been through a lot, chat. He's a man that's been through quite a bit, and Saturday night, it may be alright for fighting. But Shining Wizard, across a 3-year reign, across many tile defenses, from high flyers to giants to megastars, he has fought long enough. He's fought long enough, chat, and tonight, he will finally finish his story by coming face to face with the man that he could never beat legitimately for the title. That man is Cody Rhodes. Him and Shining Wizard seem to be... Hello there. Hello there, Defender. Hello there, Ashley. Hello there, Soul. Hello there, Doomslayer. I know we got a few other people in chat as well. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for showing up bright and early by my standards, because work is taking a bit of a toll. It is a cool, refreshing sip of water. Oh, hold on. Christ, my Adderall's still running through me, chat. So if I'm over here like downing water like I'm in the fucking Sahara, you'll have to forgive me. Or if we take a few more bathroom breaks than usual. Because the fun thing about Adderall is that, you know, I'm in a state of mania, but it also, it makes me really thirsty, and it doesn't make me hungry. So, that hydrate redeem's gonna come in clutch tonight. It's gonna come in clutch. You're always on the savannah, baby. Well, yeah, but I can usually take it. I'm way up here. But, you know, there are many times where that doesn't really do it for me. There are many times where it doesn't. Although, what does do it for me, chat, is something that I showed off last night. But because I was really tired and I ended the stream early, I'm just going to re-show it. I'm going to re-show it as if nothing's changed. And y'all are going to appreciate it because it's really fucking awesome. I give you, well, first off, Shining Wizard right there. I give you the man himself, the man who finally beat that jabroni piece of trash, Hulk Hoofin, Shining Wizard, created by my good friend, Lumi Celestine on Twitter. Can someone, if I have a mod in chat, which honestly I need to mod a few more people, honestly, but if I have like a mod in chat, I need someone to like either shout out Lumi or to like link her Twitter, because she's one of my closest friends, has been for many years. I commissioned this from her, and it is genuinely one of the best things that I have ever received. She's incredibly talented. She is also a VTuber in and of herself. And y'all should follow her. Let me make sure that this does what I need it to do. Yes, there you go. Yes, and I'm pretty sure that she did have fun with Pokemon Crystal. I think she was playing like a thing in where you name the different Pokemon depending on who like redeems streamer cards. But yeah, before we get into things, chat, I may as well just kind of, because the art here is a tiny bit misleading. So Hulk Hogan has bad opinions on Bisons and deserves to be beaten by our boy. Yeah, listen. You could have stopped that at Hulk Hogan has bad opinions and it would still apply. And it would have still applied. It would have still applied, chat. But before we get into things, I need to say that this art here, it's a tiny bit misleading. So, I'm going to break it down for you. To the tune of Cookie Clicker. I'll just kind of go over Shining Wizard's backstory one more time for everyone, just in case y'all are unawares of what exactly he is, and who he is, and what he's all about. So, our boy, Shining Wizard here, he's been a fan all his life, right? Well, not a fan of, rather like, he never really like trained to become a wrestler, you could say. He trained at the amateur level, right? He trained at the amateur level over in Vancouver, and he was pretty good at it. Like, he was actually pretty dang good at it. Although casually, he was always more of a fan of pro wrestling. And he would always go to shows whenever he could in his youth, with whatever bits he had. And of course, in the biggest promotion across all of Equestria, which is the EWH, which is actually canon, or rather, it's canon to the comics. But you know, we're taking it and we're applying it to my silly little headcanon here. In that promotion, Hulk Hogan is the biggest heel. He's the biggest heel of all time. He's been the champion for about as long as Shining Wizard has been competing on the amateur level. And he packs out arenas full of people waiting to see him fail, preying on his downfall, just full of haters, right? And the haters are proven wrong every single fucking time, because Hulk Hogan always retains. Hulk Hogan always retains when it matters. Until one night, when Hulk Hogan got a little too big for his britches, and he started calling out people in the crowd after seemingly beating his rival, The Block, easily. Well, comparatively easily, right? It was an off night for The Block. The Ponies champ, The Block. And he started calling out people in the crowd and just kind of taunting them, you know? Saying, if you got a problem with me, brother, step into the ring and I'll show you what's what, dude. Shining Wizard, being the passionate fan that he is, took him up on that offer. And so an impromptu match was made. And Hulk Hogan had him beat. You know, Hulk Hogan had Shining Wizard dead to rights. Shining Wizard may have been proficient on the amateur level, but when it comes to the professional level, where everyone gets thrown around and beaten to a pulp and thrown on their back constantly, Shining Wizard just could not hang with one of the most prolific world champions of all time. But thankfully, The Block had his back. Because you see, The Block, when the referee was down, after a spot that would, you know, typically lead to a ref bump, The Block ran in with a chair, hit Hulk Hogan, got him into position for a top rope move, and Shining Wizard, full of adrenaline, climbed up to the top and hit the hoof de gras, which you may know is the finisher that we've been using all throughout MyRise here. It's a finisher we've been using all throughout MyRise. He pins Hulk Hogan, 1, 2, 3, he wins the title off of him. There's big celebrations. The crowd's in a frenzy. They can't believe that a random from the crowd could just run in and beat one of the most prolific stars in the history of the sport. But of course it was not meant to be. Because you see, the villainous promoters, who in our canon are Flim and Flam here, they walk up to the ring, they congratulate Shining Wizard on his accomplishment, but they tell him to give the title back. Because Shining Wizard doesn't work with the EWH, and therefore the title reign and title loss from Hulk Hogan is not legitimate. It's not officially recognized in the books. And you know, they're right. They're right to do that because, yeah, Shining Wizard does not work there. Shining Wizard does not work there, and they can't really credit a random fan for winning the title, you know? But they also have ulterior motives, you see, because Hulk Hogan, as I said before, he packs out arenas. He is Flim and Flam's biggest draw, you know? He is Flim and Flam's biggest draw. And so they have a financial interest in keeping the championship on him, no matter the circumstances. And coincidentally, they have often been there to help Hulk Hogan out when they need to help him out. How could Flim and Flam do that to our boy? Because they're bastards. They're awful. But yes, it's safe to say that Flim and Flam, they would have tried something funny either way. Shining Wizard not working there, that was a simple, convenient circumstance for them. Of course, Shining Wizard being the true babyface that he is, he relinquishes the championship. He gives it up right then and there. Because yeah, he can't really argue on that. He can't really argue against that. So you may be asking, why then, when he is on the amateur level, would he go to the pro level? Well, it at first is a matter of, I don't want to say spite, but it is a matter of trying to, you know, a matter of vindication, you could say. He wants to be able to get back to that level and defeat Hulk Hogan once and for all and be able to call himself the world champion. And so he grinds it out on the indies, he eventually gets back to that place, and he beats Hulk Hogan. Those are essentially the nuts and bolts of the story, chat. Those are the nuts and bolts of the story. The meat and potatoes. Obviously, I would like to flesh that out a little more in the future. But that's essentially what it is on the grander scheme of things. Is Shining Wizard's victory before or after Hulk Hogan joined the new Equestria Order? That is after. Because, of course, Flim and Flam, you know, they're like Bischoff and Russo. They are the company owners. They have a vested interest in keeping the belt on the top guy. The top guy in this case being Hulk Hogan. So yeah, that's essentially the story of Shining Wizard. I would like to flesh it out more at some point, but that'll have to be saved for another time. But that story actually runs parallel to the story of Shining Wizard in 2K24, because, you know, as we all know, Shining Wizard won the championship at SummerSlam against Cody Rhodes, but he would not have won it without help from Roman Reigns. So, the entirety of his title reign, he has not felt like a legitimate champion. He's not felt like a legitimate champion. No matter what the game says, that's the headcanon for me. That is the headcanon for me. I override the game's storytelling and I replace it with my own. I replace it with my own, chat. And now he sees, at this crucial juncture in the story, that the way to validate his time as champion is through defeating Cody Rhodes, legitimately, without help from Roman Reigns, without help from anybody else. He's got to do it fair and square in front of everyone, in front of God and everybody. And if the story's going where I think it is, that's exactly what we're going to do here tonight, everyone. And he will be validated, plain and simple. And that's not a prediction. That's not a prediction, chat. You know what it is. That's a spoiler. If you're ready for Shining Wizard, what? To finish the story tonight, what? Let me hear you say, hell yeah. I was reading that, like, expecting a Stone Cold thing. I was reading that expecting Stone Cold. Give me a hell yeah. Give me a chat. Hell yeet. Does Paul Heyman become Shining Wizard's advocate? I don't know if Shining Wizard would be a Paul Heyman guy. You know? I mean, I think that, you know what? I think that backstage, he would be a Paul Heyman guy, but I don't think he needs Paul Heyman by his side, you know? He doesn't need a mouthpiece. Shining Wizard has enough babyface energy in him to be the mouthpiece in and of himself. He doesn't need anyone. He doesn't need anyone advocating for him because you know, he's this, chat.
Like I said before, you know, I'm the one that can see John Cena. Yeah,
he's the one that knows Victoria's Secret. He's the one that knows what the dog is doing.
I'm that guy. I'm him. When I go into a gym,
treadmills do push-ups.
That's how it is, bro. I'm that guy.
Exactly. He is that guy. Chat.
Hello, Mario.
Giraffe. Huge Cookie. Hello. I've not seen you here for a little bit, actually. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club Me. Now that I think about it, Paul Heyman would be too busy being the advocate for bulk biceps. Would he? I mean, like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, that kind of feels like what you would gravitate towards, right? That feels like what you would gravitate towards, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. For some reason. Okay, chat, before we actually start, I'm going to just, like, show you, right? Let me go and get something here that I think makes sense. When I think of Paul Heyman guys and ponies that would be represented by him, right? This makes sense. This right here makes sense in my head. It's gotta be Lightning Dust. Like, if we're doing, like, heel Paul Heyman, which we should, then I think that Lightning Dust makes the most sense. Because she's incredibly arrogant, and Paul Heyman would feed into that arrogance. And of course, she has... and of course, like a guy such as CM Punk, Brock Lesnar, they have a competitive streak a mile wide, right? Especially CM Punk, right? She has a competitive streak a mile wide. And she's someone that also throws caution to the wind, like CM Punk. Or at least like someone that's incredibly ruthless in getting what they want, such as Brock Lesnar, right? I love the little looky. I love the little looky emote there. It's great. I actually have a look emote that I've never used. I've never, like, applied it. I need to, like, make room for it. I need to, like, make room for it and keep, like, probably keep the Tism emote to, like, just an animated thing. But yeah, random idea, Jungle Cult Jack Pony. I like that. Sure, I like that. You know what? Y'all are giving me ideas for like when I actually go and write this shit. Y'all are actually giving me ideas for this bullshit. But no, chat. We do have an ad coming up, so I need to go through a couple things before that happens, right? I may as well do it while all of you are here, while I have your undivided attention, hopefully. I have a I have a follower goal now, as you can see. And that goal is 1,000 followers. I'm very confident that if we continue on the streak that we're at, we can reach it by my birthday on October 2nd. If we can get there, I will play Wrestling Empire, and it will be an origin story. Everyone loves an origin story, right? Everyone loves a prequel, like The Phantom Menace, like insert prequel here, because my brain blanks whenever I'm streaming. Everyone loves a good prequel, right? And that'll be what Wrestling Empire ultimately is. It will be a prequel story to our main man, Gira. We may remember from the very first wrestling game that I streamed as a VTuber, which was 2K24. He was the person that we created in MyRise. If you do not remember what he looks like, let me go and wrangle him up real quick. Let me go and wrangle him up real quick. There he is, right there. Right there. This right here is one of the most decorated WWE wrestlers of all time. He won the WWE Championship, the Universal Championship, US, NXT, North American. He is the measuring stick for every CAW that comes after him, for every wrestler that comes after him. He is the measuring stick. Literally the best wrestling game. We have to get there. No, we have to. We have to. It's something that I would like to do, but it's only going to happen if we get to 1,000 by October 2nd. It's only going to happen if we get to 1,000 by October 2nd, chat. So, if you've not followed yet, I would really, really appreciate it if you did. I would really appreciate it if you did, especially if you enjoy wrestling content. That is the majority of my stuff. That's my fucking bag, right? It is what I do. So if you enjoy that kind of stuff, I would really, really appreciate it if you gave the channel a follow. And also, along with that, maybe you could follow me on my socials as well. Before we get too deep into things. There it is, right there. You will find my YouTube channel, which I will be posting a new video up soon. Soon being in next Monday. So like not this Monday, but the following Monday. We are going to be putting up a video on SmackDown vs. Raw 2009's Road to WrestleMania mode. It will be John Cena's Road to WrestleMania, in where we had a civil war with Wisconsin. It was very funny. It was very cool. And we had a very, very fun time doing it. You all should subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. You should also subscribe to my VOD channel. Go and follow me on Twitter, TikTok, Blue Sky. It is all Giraffe-Stev. It is all there. And maybe join my Discord while you're at it. Maybe join my Discord while you're at it. I need to tone down the announcements a little bit, it looks like. But yeah, join my Discord while you're at it. We have weekly community nights over there. Right now, we are watching My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, although that might be thrown up in the air with me working dayside for the next couple weeks at my job. But that is something that we are doing every single week. I try to be as active as I can in the server. I try to be in call at least a couple times a week. And at some point soon, once I go on my short week-long break, I'm going to establish subscriber-only Discord channels, and where I will be super active in those. So yeah, fucking join the Discord. Join a community full of games, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and of course my sneaky cat. And while you're at it, if you can find the time tonight. In fact, if you can't even find the time tonight, you should do it anyways. Because, along with the John Cena versus Wisconsin video, we also have a new video on the My Little Pony video game up right now. Hi, Henry. We have a new video on the My Little Pony video game up on the YouTube channel right now. It's very fun. It is created by my friend Ty, and he did a super good job on it. In fact, he did such a good job on it, I'm going to show you a clip from it. What the hell? I literally thought that was one of you for a second.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I knew. I was just like, I was able to just go like at 5 a.m. completely sleep deprived and get away with it.
Wow, that was funny, wasn't it? Y'all should go to the YouTube channel and watch the whole thing because it's up there. The whole thing's up there. It's very fun. We had a fun time playing it. We had a fun time creating the video. It's great. And y'all should definitely give it a watch and leave a like on it too because it really helps signal boost it. Could Shining Wizard collect all the bunnies at record time? Fuck yeah, he could, because he's just that good. But you know what's also good, chat? Gitsy.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos,
Raw
my
rolls
dudes?
on after this. What? We literally get Shining Wizard's frontal lobe is so developed. It is though. My dude, are you kidding me?
The Toy Story movie was done with Silicon Graphics computers.
We literally had the longest one right off the bat. I had this at like 0.001% chance to appear.
However, if the game actually used Silicon Graphics computers. If SGI
well, chat,
we suspect they were only used for character animation because
if I end up running another ad while this is happening, believe me, it is only to set the time back because of how long this Gitsy is. This is like 7 minutes. This is like 7 minutes, chat. It's just this shit.
The game's packaging box advertises an intensely 3D experience, but that statement is a bit misleading because the gameplay, although varied, is often two-dimensional.
Is it now?
Question still remains. Why didn't Disney Interactive
Also, huge
use
cookie.
Silicon
Thank you
Graphics
for
computers
joining the
entire
Discord.
Game? Were they too expensive? I don't think so. Come on. Big Disney is one of the richest
Go ahead.
corporations in the country. Let's get real here. The only explanation we can think of is that Disney Interactive did
How did
not
you
use
find us,
SGI
huge cookie, if I may ask?
computers because
Did you
graphics
come
could
from
not be
like
enabled by the Genesis for the Genesis
Snake's
version.
Raid?
Maybe that's why the game has
Like a
nowhere
month
near
ago?
as many colors and detailed graphics as Donkey
Which I
Kong.
honestly can't believe it's a month
Even
ago,
that
chat.
explanation
Jesus
doesn't seem
Christ.
possible because Disney would have to be
Where-
insane to pass up
where
the
is
chance of
time
being
going?
another Donkey Kong country.
Where's time
Besides,
going?
The Genesis version and the Super NES version don't have to be exactly the same, so what's the big deal? Disney certainly
What is
has
the big
money to
deal,
make another
chat?
Donkey Kong country, but unfortunately, they blew it. Another thing that confuses
He
us is
spends
Disney's
how
marketing
long
strategy.
talking about
Since
this?
Pocahontas appeared in the theaters
Let
before
me go
Toy
and
Story,
grab
why did the Toy Story video game come out before the Pocahontas game?
a solid 2 minutes.
Perhaps Pocahontas
Nom
games
nom.
being saved
Oh,
until the
excuse
movie is
me, we're
released
back,
on
my
video
dudes.
for some
Hey,
sort of
welcome back to
marketing
Raw,
strategy.
chat.
The last negative thing we have to say about this game
I really, 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 really hope.
players will start foaming
I
at the
really,
mouth
really,
when they
really
can't
hope
jump up
that the
to rope
Pocahontas
atop the
footage doesn't
screen.
get me
No
blicked.
matter how fancy you get and
Because,
try to bounce off the ball and up to the
you know-
rope, will most
you know how
likely
Disney
not reach
is.
the darn thing. This kind of play control flaw
Did you hear
is
about those weird
inexcusable, since
comparisons
Disney
Tony
should have
Khan made to
never fixed it.
WWE at NFL
Realistically,
Draft
you could
last
end up
night?
trying 20 times
I
to
do,
grasp
and
that
you know,
stupid
I
rope
need
before you
to.
actually get it. You might get so
They
mad
do,
at
and
Toy
I'm
Story
going to
that you
choose to
may
not
want
really
Doom
like
to
discuss them
Super
too much.
NES and take out your
Right?
anger by shooting a bunch of evil aliens.
I do, and I'm
And again, Doom
choosing
is an
not to
extremely
discuss them
difficult
too
game,
much.
so it might just make the problem worse.
Because I would rather
Come down
compare it
hard
like
Toy
this.
Story. Well, we admit we have. It's a shame
And I'm gonna have a
that
better
the outstanding
comparison,
gameplay
right?
quality resulting from the
WWE is
developers' hard
Coke.
work is masked by the
Not like-
impossibly high challenge level.
not like-
Toy Story is too difficult,
Not like the
like
drug,
The Lion King.
but like the
Fortunately for you,
drink,
though, we
right?
discovered two
Because
awesome
Coke
ways to
sucks,
cheat in Toy
and so does
Story.
Pepsi,
In
which
the
is why we're
first
not gonna
level,
compare it to
bounce off the first
Pepsi.
beach ball you see,
Instead,
land on the
we're gonna
bottom
compare
floor
it
of the
to.
dresser
I'm
or
gonna
on
go
the
ahead and turn down Gitsy here for a sec. I'm gonna compare it to Sprite, right? Because Sprite is refreshing, it's crisp, it's delicious, and it doesn't go down heavy, right? WWE is a soda that goes down heavy, which was what he was about to do. Why did he pivot it like that to the worst thing? I don't know. I don't know what goes on in Tony Khan's head, right? But like, you should have just like said that we're Pepsi and WWE is Coke, right? Like that, like in and of itself, innocent, right? If anything, if you wanted me to be on your side more, and I want to be as an AEW fan, I want to be on your side. You should have compared it to Sprite, because AEW to me is Sprite, right? And WWE is Coke. Because Coke is way too syrupy, it's way too heavy. It doesn't have like any actual taste to it. You know what Coke tastes like? Coke tastes like Coke, right? It doesn't remind you of anything else. It's just sugar, right? It's just sugar. At the very least, Sprite has a taste to it, you know? All I will say about the issue is that Tony really needs to keep his mouth shut. Well, Coke makes Sprite, I think. And they should only make Sprite. They should only make Sprite because then they would be more profitable. Actually, I more prefer Diet Dr. Pepper. I prefer Diet Coke. What does Dr. Pepper belong to, chat? Because, like, there are times where I think it belongs to, like, Pepsi. And there are times where I think it belongs to Coke. Because, like, I've seen it, like, at Coke machines and at, like, Pepsi machines. The text is yeehaw. That's what it belongs to. Oh. He sounds like he's reading off a script here more than ever. Dr. Pepper is its own company, is it?
Take a look at this one. It's a takeoff of Blanca from Street Fighter 2. Also notice the similarities.
Something I love about this review, right? Is it is the most ADHD thing ever.
Anyway, let's get back to Toy Story.
It's the most ADHD thing of all time, chat. It's like if I made a game review, which I did, and they're all muted because they all suck.
To get in your place, which is on the bed. Do that, and the level will end. Next, you must battle a nightmare version of Buzz Lightyear. Hit him on his face shield with your pull string while avoiding Buzz's
I'm gonna
lasers.
drink again.
Buzz will warn you before he shoots a laser, so be sure to listen carefully for his
It,
egotistical
Snapple, 7-Up, and Keurig.
we have a few general hints.
Are they all part of one thing?
Collecting stars helps you stay alive. So even though the
Or are they
task
like
is
their
boring,
own, like
do it
each
anyway.
individually, they're their own
Read the messages
companies?
put up by the Etch-a-Sketch before each level. It tells you what to do. Third, don't
It tells
try to
you
rush
what to
through the
do.
third level to beat Buzz Lightyear. You'll never win. After all, he is a space ranger, or at least he thinks he is. Lastly, we recommend seeing the movie first so you don't have to read all the boring
Buzz,
text in
Buzz,
between
Buzz,
stages.
Buzz, Lightyear to the
Bottom line,
rescue.
When all is said and done, Toy Story has better gameplay than either of the Donkey Kong.
I need to
fighting
watch
games.
Toy Story
The player
again.
should even be able to adjust to the flawed play control. Toy
It is a
Story's great
very
gameplay
timeless
is shrouded,
movie.
However, by frustrating challenge and play control. And the
Still
cheating
one of my
methods
favorites
destroy what's left
of all
the game
time.
After that.
Back when VHSs were still
Now,
being
check
made.
out our review of Toy Story, the movie.
I had to have watched it like dozens of times. Sad thing is, this review is still more entertaining to watch than Pixar's Lightyear. I heard nothing about that movie, like, you know, a month after it came out. It just feels largely forgotten. And I never saw it myself. But, like, is there a reason for that? Do people just not like it all that much? Also, chat, you'll be happy to know that, that our boy, Shining Wizard, is now on the Hogan juice. He's now on the Hogan juice, or maybe the Styles juice, as we want to say now. I'm shocked you'd watch a VHS. I swear everyone I know your age only did DVDs. That was when I was really, really, really young, though. Like that was like mid 2000s, right? That was when VHSs were still a thing. VHSs were still a thing back in the mid 2000s. Or at least, like, I think they were, and maybe they weren't just hand-me-downs. I kind of wish I still had a VHS player. Because, like, there'll be times where, like, I'll donate clothes to, like, the Goodwill, and I'll go to the back sometimes just to see what's there. And there will be, like, just a whole shelf full of, like, VHS tapes, and I'm just, like, thinking to myself, is anybody buying these? Like, is anybody buying these in like 2024? VCRs are pretty cheap, are they? I mean, like, I'll admit, I'm not like looked into it because I'm not like the kind of guy that will collect movies, right? I'll sometimes casually collect video games, but you know, for me, it's a matter of, like, shelf space and also money. Because, I'll be honest, if you can collect video games in 2024, you probably have a very privileged lifestyle. You know? You probably have a very privileged lifestyle. Because video games, especially in, like, the 6th generation, like, if you're talking about, like, the big games of the 6th and 5th generations, those are cheap, you know? Those are, like, way too expensive for what they are. And a lot of them are just kind of like games that you can just, you know, just conveniently have these days. Also, if you want to watch the unedited version of the original Star Wars trilogy, one reason I keep a VCR is if you want to see stuff that never got so much as a DVD release. So basically, almost lost media. Well, you know, maybe one day when I have every other expense covered and accounted for. But yeah, chat. Last time that we played together, we assembled our team. This right here is the Avengers, chat. We have our man, Shining Wizard, along with Finn Balor and Dirty Dominic Mysterio, known as the Shining Wizard Fan Club, also known as the Shadow Money Wizard Gang, also known as the Judgment Day. Hey, Celestine. Guys, Celestine's here. I gotta show the art again. There it is, right there. There's our guy, chat. There's our guy that Shining Wizard in the game is based off of. Him, right there. That guy, he's based off of this guy. He's based off of this guy. And this guy was drawn up by Lumi in the chat. Wow, I'm not even Lumi. You are, though. You are. Everyone go follow her right now. Everyone go follow her. Right now. Because she did an amazing job. She did an amazing job with this. This is genuinely like what I'm gonna put up on Twitter once I go and like just like verbal diarrhea out Shining Wizard's backstory. This Shining Wizard dude beat me clean, brother. This can't stand, Jack. That doesn't work for me, brother. That doesn't... Okay, chat. Brace your cringe, right? Brace it right now. I want you to grab the nearest stable object that you can and just hold it real tight. Because you will not be ready for this amount of cringe. That doesn't work for me, Brony. That doesn't work for me, Brody. Leveled an entire city with that one. Leveled an entire man's skin with that one. It's now inside out. It's inside out. He's like walking on his muscles, you know? He's like the one guy. He's
Cringe.
Yeah, I know. I know, right? I don't know. I don't know if anyone's gonna get this. But the guy whose like skin was like removed based on cringe. I made the TTS bot too. She did. She did. She did. She made a lot of stuff, chat. Lumi's very talented. Lumi's very talented, and you all should follow her while she's here. Anyways, on to the important part of the stream, chat. We have the Avengers here. We have Shining Wizard, along with his friends in the Shining Wizard fan club, aka the Shadow Money Wizard Gang, aka the Judgment Day, along with one of Shining Wizard's greatest rivals, one of his earliest rivals when he first became champion, Kevin Owens, the man with the power, the man with the experience, the man who may be the difference maker in the upcoming War Games match that we're about to get ourselves into. I'm pretty sure that once we start this next chapter of the game, we will be locked in until the final moments, right? We will be locked in until the final moments, chat. And I hope that y'all are here with me. This doesn't work for me, Hoovy. Ah, damn it. I don't know. Hoovy is not cringe, but Brony makes sense. But it is also cringe, right? It's so worth it to have murdered Ray for Dirty Dom. I know. Dirty Dom is my ride or die. All right? He was there to be the difference maker in our match against Kane. When Kane had us beat, he was there. We need to reward the fan club. We need to reward the fan club. And I feel like that we gotta do it. I don't know if we should go with the Judgment Day attire, chat. I don't know if we should go with the Judgment Day attire. Oh, but we should, shouldn't we? We should. We should go with it. We should be going with this shit. Because what other time are we gonna have to do shit like this? You know? What other time are we gonna have to do shit like this? No, hold on. Chat. If I override any of this, then we're gonna have to remake it. No. We're way too deep into things. We're way too deep into it. We're way too deep. We gotta keep soldiering on. It sucks that movie never got any other release other than VHS. I still have a VHS copy of the unedited version of Darkwing Duck, a 2-part pilot episode. It even came with trading cards. I will say that is a little bit before my time. I mean, I know about it, but that is not the stuff I'm nostalgic for myself. I wish I still had all my SpongeBob VHSs, even though they only had like 3 episodes a pop. Or even 2, maybe. I watched those front to back so many times. You know? I watched those front to back so many times. All right.
Here to spy on me, Troy?
I heard Seth Rogen is producing a Darkwing Duck reboot.
I'm here on behalf of Miz to make sure you're staying on task. To recruit 2 teammates for SmackDown Survivor Series War Games team. So have you done that yet?
Don't even trip, dude. Don't even worry about that shit. We got you.
Excellent. Ready to lock them in? Once you make this decision, Miz will let corporate know it's official, so you can't change your mind. Besides, we really need to start promoting the participants, and Miz has big plans he wants to kick off for the Build to Survivor series.
Oh. Yeah? Yeah. This right here is the Avengers, chat. This right here is the Justice League. It's the Suicide Squad. It's everything you could ever hope for rolled into one. You know? Versus the mysterious ne'er-do-well. You could probably make something like that in this game. I mean, especially like covering everything up. You can absolutely do that. Yes, Team SmackDown is ready.
I like the group I've assembled. Team SmackDown is ready for War Games and whatever else Miz has planned.
Good. I'll let the boss know.
Let's do it, chat. Let's get this shit underway. Let's get it underway, chat.
We're cutting away from Cody Rhodes' title defense because SmackDown superstars have invaded backstage.
Is this part of their War Games team?
Let's fucking go, dude.
Gallows is here to back up his partner. Let's get back to ringside as we monitor this developing situation.
Even Carl Anderson's wearing blue. Why is he on Raw? He's got to come over here, dude. He's got to come over to where the big boys play, over on SmackDown. Over where Shining Wizard plays. Oh boy.
World Heavyweight Championship, but has no idea what's transpired backstage during this match.
Well, he's about to find out.
Oh
now.
boy.
I think this is the debut of SmackDown's War Games team.
Yeah.
What a lineup they've assembled.
Yeah, I know, right?
Doesn't look good for the American.
We call this the Shadow Money Wizard Gang, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
He might not even make it to War Games.
And there's their captain.
Yeah, with the merch. No. We are, listen. I don't know if this is what we want to do. We don't want to be like, oh, that's right. We're basically fighting the Bullet Club with War Games. Let's fucking go.
Not on my bloody show, gentlemen. Save it for War Games.
Come on, Regal. I wanted to see them fight.
Team Raw's side is at a distance.
He knows where the money is.
Ask me.
You gotta save Shining Wizard and Cody for a what? Hey! Whoa, no!
By SmackDown's champion.
That did not go as planned.
You think?
Oh no!
Has been a mentor to the so-called Dark Horse, invading.
Oh no!
Slap in the face, and now he just took a literal blow from his supposed friend, accidental or not.
Well, for now, it looks like Team SmackDown is going to retreat.
This didn't break into an
A
all-out war, but they
Bullet Club versus the Judgment Day.
I agree, Corey. We didn't know who would represent the Blue Brand Survivor Series.
This is actually like,
It's going to be an epic battle inside that double-sided cage. I can't wait.
I'm not gonna lie, chat. This match would actually cook. You know, this match here would actually cook. The Bullet Club versus the Judgment Day. Well, unlike the Bullet Club, which has changed shape over time, it's like R-Truth said. The Judgment Day is an unbreakable bond, you know? But Finn has a history with both. Whose side is he on? Well, he admires Shining Wizard, right? He admires Shining Wizard. He wouldn't turn on him. Not after not after being the head of the fan club. Come on. Come on. He knows what he knows what the program is. Team Raw doesn't invade and Team Raw doesn't invade and sneak attack like cowards. So I'm sending AJ Styles to SmackDown for a War Games preview match. Who will step up to face him? Ow. So you got my little message. We'll get back to you on that challenge. Listen, Willie Reeks, that was not my intention. You gotta believe me, dude. You gotta believe me. I did not intend to, like, deck you in the face. Did you just get hit with something invisible? Did I? Hold on. Oh, come on. Okay, hold on. It's not synced up properly. Give me a second. There you go. Should be good now. Should be good now, chat. Right. All right, simp. What's up?
We did what Miz
SIMP.
wanted to assault William Regal.
I'll tell you. Troy's name, or Tony.
What do
Troy,
you
yes.
mean? It was must-see TV, especially the part when you nailed Regal. Good stuff, pal.
Like, listen. This guy's name is just asking you to get banned.
Whatever.
Just saying his name is like running the risk of getting
GM
banned.
have planned next? And where is he even? I haven't seen him anywhere since I got to the building.
Well, with
Why does he sound like he's asleep now?
escalating and who knows how Rob would retaliate.
It's the Styles
Miz
juice,
thought it
chat.
was better if he stayed home this week.
So, he ran away again. Got it.
Look, what's more important is Regal is sending AJ Styles here for a War Games preview match. And Miz has so much confidence in his team captain that he wants you to decide who should fight Styles.
Okay. And you want my decision now?
Yes. And Miz also said if you make the wrong call and we lose, then it's completely on you.
Oh.
Choose wisely.
Who's facing AJ, chat? Who's facing AJ? I feel like Shining Wizard, he'd be the kind of guy that'd be like, I'm the leader. I'm stepping up to the plate. I'm going to do it myself. You know? But also booing Dominic Mysterio's fun. Who better than Damian? Dominic Mysterio would be a fun choice. You know? And it would also put him over huge. It would also be like Shining Wizard to give, you know, one of his biggest fans a big win, you could say. An opportunity at a big win over a world caliber talent like AJ Styles, you know? So I am personally leaning towards Dom.
Good. I'll let the boss know.
Dom, chat. Dom's gonna be the one. He'll be that guy. He'll be like KSI, chat.
Like I said before, you know, I'm the one that can see John Cena. Yeah, I'm the one that knows Victoria's Secret. I'm the one that knows what the dog is doing. You know, I'm that guy. I'm him. I'm him. When I go into
Please have your booze ready.
Do push-ups. That's how it is, bro.
I'm that guy.
The phenomenal one is here.
I am a very big fan of your emotes, Huge Cookie. Did you know it was recently the 5th anniversary? Holy shit. Of Avengers Endgame. Wait, US champ. Oh, okay. Don't say that. That makes me feel old. That makes me feel old. Defender. The whole Raw team is champs. Oh yeah, that's right. Because, you know, Gallows and Anderson, they are also tag champs. So, well, you know, it's a champion versus champion encounter. You know? Well, actually, no. I don't think it is a champion versus champion encounter, because if it was, then I would have chosen Shining Wizard. Does this mean you play as Dom? I think so. I think so, chat. And now, a member of the Shining Wizard fan club and a personal friend of Shining Wizard, it is the piece of shit himself, Dominic Mysterio. Right on cue, chat. I can always count on you. I can always count on you. Give me the booze. Give them, chat. I'll lower their price for you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. 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 Did it work? All right, chat. There are now 5 channel points. Proceed.
Plenty of people are jealous of Dom's streak.
Proceed with the booze. Yeah! Let's go! They're so loud! Chat! Chat! You are some sick fucks. Look at this. Chat, look at this. Look at this. It's peaking. It's peaking. It's fucking streamer bot. Look at this shit. Look, it's peaking streamer bot. I can't do it in time. I can't do it in time, chat. God. Okay. Okay. We all hate Dominic Mysterio. What is happening in this stream? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done. It's okay.
It's
Dominic
almost
Mysterio,
time for a
that's fine.
120
Okay,
seconds minute
so
cheaters
Renee.
break, my dudes.
So Renee, I need to provide context, okay? I'll provide context for you. Dominic Mysterio is someone who gets really, really, really loud boos every single time that he cuts a promo. Okay? And of course I have a boo redeem, right? I got a boo redeem, and I made it really cheap just for Dominic Mysterio. And in the spirit of keeping up with, you know, how wrestling generally is, I made them really cheap so that people can constantly redeem them while he's making his entrance. And now they're gonna go back up to 30. We spanned it when it was 50. It's always worth it. It is. And now they'll sit permanently at 50. But chat, I need to run
It's
an
break
ad.
time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. Good lord. That was incredible.
Resident Evil 2 is definitely the devil of a game. It opens with
That was
exquisite
awesome,
full-motion
chat.
video.
Wow.
Full motion video. Make that very
Anyway, I literally just dropped in to say goodnight, LMAO, and I come into utter chaos.
seizure-induced corpses.
And now an ad break. I'm sorry, Renee.
Gameplay is the original. In
I'm
that
sorry.
respect, the game's a
Even
disappointment,
Dominic got
but
booed
no
at his
one,
own wedding.
including us, will be able
I'm
to
so
resist this game.
glad that he
The
keeps
door
with
is
it.
not the big draw here, at least not for us. It's the
That's a
suspense,
generational
the
talent if I've
music,
ever seen one.
The awesome full motion video. We really get annoyed with having to shoot a zombie 10 times before it's actually dead. This kind of ridiculous crap really slows down the game, and we're forced to suffer this unrealistic gimmick every time we find a zombie. And that happens a lot. In fact, you usually find zombies hanging together in huge crowds, making the job even more difficult.
Not sure how to go
People
back
like to
far
say
enough
how
to clip your
scary
bot
Resident
peeking,
Evil 2 is.
LMAO.
We haven't felt a shiver yet, but we haven't played the game.
Well, I have
in
it
the
marked.
dark.
I have it
That's
marked,
the best
chat.
way to play.
Uncle Eddie would be proud of
Resident
Dom. He
Evil
would.
2,
I
on the
genuinely
whole,
think he
is
would.
An excellent game that no one should be without. It's no Tomb Raider, but we shouldn't expect it to be either. Resident Evil 2 does a great job at capturing the
You know
heart
how to
of
clip,
no
right,
other
Soul?
game ever made. The controls still have that watch where you're going, I overshot the doorway feel.
That's his
But by
Poppy.
now, everyone's used to this style of control, so we're giving it a generous C. Everything else gets an A.
God, I really hope that someone clipped that. I really fucking hope that someone clipped that. If you did not, then I need someone to go back and do it. Because that was genuinely nuts. That was insane, chat. You knew the assignment and you delivered on it in spades. You understood the assignment and you delivered.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw. Chat, if you've not gone back and clipped it, I really desperately need you to. Because that is generational. That was awesome. A big round of applause for the Long Boy Club. Where is the applause? There it is. A big round of applause for you. These roses are for you, even though they're being thrown at me. Anyways, what's our fight music, chat? Big round of applause. I think this is awesome. You sure? Yep, sure fucking is. So hello there, Doe. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. The sound of booze nonstop for 10 minutes. No, hold on. I feel like we should save it for the entrance. Chat, because if we just keep redeeming booze, I feel like the gimmick's gonna wear itself out, you know? We need to make sure that it remains special, you know? We need to make sure that it remains special. So, you know, if you guys don't feel the same, then, you know, I'm not going to stop you. But personally, I think that we should be a little more conservative. That way, when he comes out, it feels special when he gets booed out the building. Agree. Tradition requires us to boo Dominic in his entrance or when he wins. Exactly. So, like, hold on. Wait until we win, and then boo him again. You know? That's what we need to do. Can I make it so that this will have a ramp camera? No, I cannot. I genuinely do not know, like, why this game won't let you, like, have a ramp camera. Oh, damn. This one might actually be kind of hard, chat. This one might actually be pretty hard. Not helped by the fact that I'm, like... Not helped at all by the fact that... Oh, shit. Not helped by the fact that I'm playing at a lower frame rate. Dude! I cannot get one over on Styles here. I can't get one over on him. I cannot get one over on him. There you go. Jeez. Finn, get out here. Exactly. The Shadow Money Wizard Gang needs assistance. Can I do springboards? Yes, I can. Woo! Hit him. What the? Okay. Sure, why not? Oh, shit. Question, if you still had a VCR, would you invest in any anime or wrestling VHS tapes? I might. For me, it would be wrestling VHS tapes. You might be surprised by this, chat, but when it comes to anime, I'm not... I'm like Smash Mouth, you know? I am not the sharpest tool in the shed. I like shonen stuff. And that's really about it, honestly.
The adrenaline is flowing in the veins of Dominic now. Springboard misses the target.
Oh, same here. Even if I am surrounded by anime fans, I'm the exact... Yeah, exactly. Like, I do not know much about... Oh, shit! You kidding me? Yeah, we need to go to the outside. No! There you go. Incredible. I live in Japan and I really don't watch anime. Which may be kind of, you know, I don't know what you call that, really. I don't know if you call it blasphemous or like what... I'm not sure what you would call it, really. No! Oh my god, they're fucking booing him relentlessly even here. I think it's called being perfectly normal. I think it's just being perfectly normal just in Japan. What a win! What a win for Dominic Mysterio. Anime fan goes to Japan for the first time. Where are all the subtitles? They'll like go to like a rural side of Japan and they'll wonder like where the fuck they'll wonder where the fuck all of like the big buildings are, right? Like they just think Japan is like just completely industrialized. But like, have you guys seen like rural Japan? It's beautiful, you know? It's actually beautiful. It's still a subculture. I'd imagine just like over there, like it's not as obsessed over there like it is over here in the West. There's some people who like that's their identity, you know? Like anime is their identity. And you know, if you like anime, then you know, I'm not like trying to browbeat or anything, right? But like there's a lot of people over here who are like ginormous. It's like a religion. Oh, I absolutely want to visit rural Japan, go to an onsen or just try out some food while looking at the site. I want to make that a goal of mine too. I almost want to do that more than visit like Tokyo or something. You know? What if there are reverse weeaboos in Japan and they are into American cartoons and Western culture? Japan seems really into Western culture, at least from like, you know, the perspective of people like me. They are really interested in American culture, you know? Like especially like our sports, like fucking baseball, for instance, right? I've seen like Japanese cowboys and shit like that too, and cowgirls. You know, like it's all just kind of like heavily stereotyped, right? But it's, you know, there's still a lot of interest. Hardcore weeaboos think that Phineas and Ferb is trash. They'll like look at you with a straight face and say that like, you know, all like Western media is fucking garbage, you know? But, you know, that's a whole like, I guess, nuanced discussion that I'm not really prepared to have on a stream like this. And I'm not even really going anywhere with what I'm talking about here. But the point is, you know, I would like to visit rural Japan at some point. At some point in my life, I would like to. Because it just seems like really, really tranquil. I even heard there's Japanese folks that are into Puerto Rican culture. Are there? The reverse weeaboos. They think Phineas and Ferb is trash, but SpongeBob is king.
It's gonna be a whole lot tougher.
It's not considered a subculture. American media is normal media here. There are obsessive Disney and Harry Potter fans, but people consider being into baseball a Japanese thing. That's incredible. That's incredible to think about. because, you know, like, I mean, baseball has always had, like, you know, the title of America's pastime, right? Yeah, even get full-blown salsa bands out there. Well, culture transcends, it seems. Baseball is huge in Japan. I know that I don't know much about baseball, but I know that like one of the biggest signings in like Major League Baseball this year is actually a star that was big in Japan. like he's like he's basically the Okada of baseball for like us like dumb wrestling fans, right? And who did he sign with? Who did he sign with? Again, I'm not like, you know, the biggest into baseball. So, you know, if anybody knows, then let me know. I mean, like every real American, I too wanted to be the baseball. You wanted to be the baseball? So like you wanted to be thrown, right? You wanted to be thrown around. Well, he might be banned for being in a gambling ring. Will he? That's a whole thing I've not heard anything about. And remember their image of pro wrestling is firmly a Japanese thing. Oh yeah, like I'd imagine that their exposure to like American wrestling is very limited, you know? Not kidding. That's incredible. Including Miami and I believe the Yankees. Ichiro, I mean. Okay. His translator was caught gambling on his games. And like there's evidence to say that like, you know, that's part of a gambling ring? That's insane. My dude looked at like my dude looked at like sports fan betting books and he was like, I got my own sports fan betting book, fam. It's called having the biggest crossover star in the MLB.
With you and the rest of the crew we have, I like our chances.
Exactly. And yeah, if you saw that match out there, AJ jobbed to Dom. We got this in the bag.
Same. Although I do wish...
Probably with the sight of Mom's white picket fence. What's like the most American football team, chat? Like, which one do you look at makes you think about riding bald eagles?
I hear you, but it's bigger than that.
Like horses.
So how about we win the match?
Dallas Cowboys.
We'll work on getting our house.
Cowboys, as much as people hate it. I feel like Cowboys is the answer. New England Patriots? Well, yeah, but you have England in the name. That's not American. You know? They're literally America's team. Okay, well then, you know, that's it. Debate's over. Problem solved. If you want to be a true American, just go play for the Cowboys. Although, apparently they haven't been to a Super Bowl since, like, the 90s. Or even, like, sniffed a Super Bowl. So, maybe don't join the Cowboys. Maybe it's good to not be an American, chat. Maybe it's good to not be an American, you know?
Deal.
Sorry if there's any Cowboy fans here. What about the Cons Jaguars team? We're talking about like teams that make you feel like that you're in America or that you're part of America. The Jaguars belong to Wisconsin, chat. They belong to Jacksonville, but they should belong to Wisconsin because they lose all the time. And needless to say, Japanese don't watch American football, like at all. You know what? That doesn't surprise me. I'd have to imagine that, like, interest in football outside of America is basically non-existent. We have our own sport, and we don't really... And we populate its fan base, basically. Like, from, like, 1 to 0. London sells out Jaguars games more than Florida fans do. They play 1 to 2 games in London every year. That's probably why they could get like Wembley for like all in partially. Germans like their NFL, do they? And to think the Jags are owned by Tony Khan and his dad. They are. They are. They are. I still find it weird that the mayor of London actually wants to bring the Super Bowl to England. Why not? Why not? If there's a market there for it, do it. Same with WrestleMania. I would like a London WrestleMania. Oh my god, the group chat. This right here should be called fucking Shadow Money Wizard Gang. We're gonna burn Raw's house down. Nothing left but ashes. Love the passion, but remember, this is just business. WWE is proving you can do big things overseas. I mean, so is AEW, you know? Both of them are proving. It's great. Wrestling is in such a great place, guys. It's actually great. The fucking Randy Orton has entered the chat. I love the passion, but remember, this is just business. Oh my god. The Shadow Money Wizard Gang even sounds like they're terminally online. Like you say a mean thing about Shining Wizard, and they're like ready to like just like bite the head off, right? They're like chomping at the heels. They feel that they have like free reign over here just because Shining Wizard is in the call. And Kevin Owens is like joining in just to be a dick. As much as I'd want to see WrestleMania in London, not with the current ticket prices for Clash at the Castle. Well, you know, stuff like that. I'm not going to go to stuff like that, you know? I'm not going to go to London to watch WrestleMania, you know? I'm going to wait until it's over here domestically. Which it seems like that they will be for the foreseeable future. I do not think that, you know, a London WrestleMania is in the cards for a while. It seems like. RKO on Stev out of nowhere. Holy shit. I need to, like, have the video editor make that. Do, like, a classic RKO meme. Like, 400 to 500 euro for general seating. No wonder Clash of the Castle isn't sold out yet. Randy Orton can get the height these days. He can. He'll probably toss me up and he'll probably toss me up into into the air and still catch me on my way down. They sold out Perth though. That's pretty amazing. They did. They did. They did. Honestly, I think that AEW could probably do with like doing more shows overseas, or at least in different countries, because you know, partially it would shut up all of the drones online, but also because it would look good on TV, because like there are lots of markets that are like starved for like big time wrestling like that, you know? Hey Steph, you remember that artist who made those wrestling sprite commissions for me? I'm currently having him make something in response to Cody's victory at WrestleMania. Nice. I'm sure they'll do a good job. Nah, nothing shuts up the drones on either side of the WWE and AEW debate. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, chat. This right here is gonna be my small vent, okay? I'm gonna vent, I'm gonna get on my soapbox, right? The worst part about being a wrestling fan is you. It's you people. It's you people. You all are the bane of this industry. But no, seriously. The fucking E-drones that spend all their time on Twitter debating stuff like that. They're like genuine. Yeah, exactly. I boo the tribalism because it's genuinely the worst part of the whole thing. Because you look at the people that actually matter, right? Rather the people that matter on the business perspective, which are, you know, the TV networks and the business partners and stuff like that. They're happy with how wrestling is going. They're happy with WWE. They're happy with AEW. They're happy with all of it. You know? No. Stop the booing. Stop the booing. We are not booing our guy, Shining Wizard. We're not booing our guy, Shining Wizard, okay? Okay, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we didn't face AJ Styles ourselves. Look at him. big, bearded, buff, and ready for a battle. It is Shining Wizard. You can't say don't boo me and expect not to get booed. I mean, it worked, didn't it? You guys aren't booing right now. Look at this beefcake of a boy. He's come so far. He's come so far, chat. We stan. How did he get more yoked than AJ Styles? He stole his juice. And he turned heel for like 3 weeks and he felt that he had to get ripped for the occasion. Yet somehow Ray is bigger than him. His boobas will shape the future. His moobas will shape the future, dude. Yay! There he is, chat. His mega pecs. You could level a city with those. Whoa, shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I did not expect us to just go straight into it. All right, chat. It's pay-per-view time. What are we playing? What are we playing? Are we playing Major Circuit or are we playing something else? We didn't get to boo Dom. Don't worry, you'll have your chance. You'll have your chance. As much as I agree that there's too much tribalism in the pro wrestling fandom, I still believe that AEW needs to improve its booking. It's because of my love for the product in the past is why I feel AEW could and is able to do better. Well, the thing is, and I'm come flying in from the roof. Hello, Ironsides. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Whoever won the coin toss. But no, we'll put a pin in this, okay? We'll put a pin in this because we gotta get down to business. We gotta get down to real magic business, right? And I feel that for the purpose of not having to be interrupted during the match, I'm gonna play an ad, okay? I'm gonna play an ad. Don't hate me. We're just gonna get it over with, okay?
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dude?
In any event, this actually gives me an opportunity to just kind of put a pin in this discussion. In my opinion...
Hello, Mario.
The quality... I'm sorry. Hi there, guy. Welcome to the nice Long Boy Club meeting. But no, I'm gonna put a pin in this discussion, right? In fact, I'm gonna take off my headphones for this so that I don't get distracted. The quality, in my opinion, when it comes to the discussion of tribalism, the quality of WWE and AEW is irrelevant, right? Because the actual talking point is this. Does wrestling make you feel good about what you're watching? Right? Like, whether you watch WWE, whether you watch AEW, whether you watch New Japan, whether you watch TNA, whether you watch your fucking, like, indie show that's, like, being sold at your convention center for, like, $10 per seat because that's the only way they can get anybody in. Is that, you know, what you want, right? Is that sort of providing for you as the fan? If that's the case, then that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters, and that's all that should matter. These stats, these fucking numbers, these like freaking charts, you'd think that wrestling fans are like mathematicians for like how much they just glom onto like, you know, TV stats that haven't mattered in 20 years, right? You would think that they're mathematicians for how much they do it. But they're not. They don't understand the fucking business because none of us here actually do. There are people who do understand it though, so we should just leave it to them to do it. Leave it to those guys to understand the business, and we should just enjoy wrestling. Right? And obviously, you know, numbers matter on the business perspective, and, you know, I feel that there are times and places in where... Also, welcome back to Raw. I feel like that there are times and places in where, you know, conversation over stuff like that is warranted. Right? If anyone does, it would be someone like you, not these randos. Well, even I don't know it. I don't know jack shit about the business side of wrestling. All I know is this. Do the people who matter on the business side feel satisfaction with the products? if that is the yeah, that's a break. That was a break. But I was getting it like out the way so that way we can. I didn't get an ad, but I don't always do. I don't know why it is. I don't really care either way, but I still think you should subscribe if you can for the ad-free viewing. That'd be really, really cool of you. Obviously, you don't have to, but I'd be appreciative if I would be appreciative of it either way. But no, like none of that shit matters. None of that shit matters when it actually comes down to the fans' enjoyment. And if you like wrestling, if something about wrestling gets you going, then that is literally all that matters. And that's all that should matter to you. Don't get wrapped up in the conversation about metrics and TV stats that haven't mattered in 20 years. Because we don't like understand how that specifically affects things. Don't worry about, you know, potentially rows being empty, because half the time people don't know why they're empty. They'll just look at that and say, ha, no show. Right? They'll look at it and they'll think that like, oh, promotion's dying. You know? Promotion's dying. It's over. It's that awful auto-tune singing pictures commercial. I want to shoot whoever made it. Well, you can shoot Dominic Mysterio when he gets into the ring with your boo gun. You know? But yeah, that's essentially. It was so great the time I was gifted one. Made these streams go from great to goated. Well, you can get that back with $5. I pay not to hear it, but they won't take my damn debit card. Well, would they take PayPal? Or is that like region locked? I need to know who won the coin toss so we know when Dom's coming in. Well, yeah, that's essentially what I'm saying. Just enjoy the wrestling you like and leave out the rest, right? That's like all you need to do. And don't get in conversations with these people that are not in the business. And also, don't listen to people that have not been relevant in wrestling for over 15 years, or people who have sunk multiple wrestling promotions that somehow think that they're booking geniuses. Yes, I'm talking about Eric Bischoff and Vince Russo. You should not listen to either of them, by the way. They are walking embodiments of failure. Especially Bischoff. He had everything going for him. You know? He had WWF in the palm of his hand, right? And he still fucked it up. And he still fucked it up. And he kept fucking it up. You know? And Russo speaks for himself. You know? So yeah. Just enjoy wrestling, is all I'm saying. That's my mini rant. That's my mini rant. It's all over. We're actually going to play the game now, I promise. Also, Cornette can shut up, yes. He can just shut up in general. Eric who? You mean the dingaling that's rated 58 in 2K24? Yeah, him. We should all beat him up after the story mode's done, by the way, along with Hulk Hoofin. Because I don't think that Shiny Wizard would enjoy Bischoff that much either. That much anyway. Remember when he said that Baron Corbin should win the women's Money in the Bank match? I'm not making this up. Cornette is the most right-wing left-winger I've ever heard of. He's left-wing. He's not left-wing. There's no shot. Anyways. Major Circuit. As the dark horse, I need to strike Cody Rhodes in the center of the ring. You got it, buddy. I can do your offense better than you. He is. He claims to be. Cornette hates trans people. He is not left-wing. He is very much not left-wing. If you hate trans people, you cannot call yourself left-wing. I'm sorry. If that is not a rule, it needs to be. There's absolutely no shot, you know? Or rather, you know what? I'm not even going to categorize them based on, like, you know, ideology like that. I'll just call him a piece of shit, you know? I'll just call him a piece of shit and we'll leave it at that. They are very whack, yes. What kind of pony would Jim Cornette be? Jim Cornfeed? He would be the one that would not exist in my universe, because I don't think a guy like Jim Cornette would exist in the universe. Would exist in the ponyverse. Corbin is a good wrestler. Wait. Here comes Finn Balor. All right, chat. Here we go with this. We won the toss. Let's go. The Shadow Money Wizard gang is in full effect, chat. Ow! Oh shit. Oh boy, we can climb the cage, chat. While standing next to the cage cell or chamber wall, pull the L towards the wall and begin pressing R to begin climbing. And press circle to go down. Chat, have you ever seen a wizard fly? Have you ever seen a wizard fly, chat? Like a shining star. Like a shooting star. He goes down from the heavens! Woo! Holy shit! Holy shit, chat! That was so cool! That was so cool! Woo! Fly, wizard! Fly! Yes! 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 I fucking feel like the sicko meme, chat. Shine like a wizard. That was awesome. Considering how often Wizard misses stuff out the top rope. No. That's actually impressive. That's actually impressive. That, like, he actually hit that, considering. All right. Luke Gallows. Here we go. I'll get the big man. Shining Wizard was flying. Shining Wizard wasn't flying. He was falling with style. No, I'm pretty sure he was flying, chap. I'm pretty sure he was flying. I saw that. I saw that with my own two eyes. I saw that. Well, there's flying there, especially with fucking Luke Gallows there. In an effort to keep this interesting for all of us, I'm gonna do something that, you know, usually fucks me over. I'm going to let Luke Gallows get some offense in. I'm gonna let Luke Gallows get some offense in, chat. No. Not allowed. Either that or we can just oh shit. What the hell? Ah! Hey you! About to say, like, there's absolutely no way that Finn Balor would betray the Shadow Money Wizard gang, right? He wouldn't betray it. He's our guy. He's our man. We gave him the Universal title match that he never got. If anything, he owes us one. If anything, he owes... Yeah! Here he comes, chat! Here comes Dom! Here comes Dominic Mysterio! Dom. Oh, he's coming with the table, chat! Dominic's bringing the heavy artillery! Dominic is... No! Look at Dom on the outside! He is out there bringing the heavy artillery! With the sledgehammer, the chair, and the table. With the table, I still boo. Oh, Dom has evil intentions in mind. Submissions don't matter, don't worry. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. The word game stuff makes it so it doesn't really matter yet, does it? Oh no, He planted him into the ground. EC Dom. EC Dom. EC Dom. That's incredible. Oh, neckbreaker. Let's go. We gotta put the big man through the table. We gotta put the big man through the table, chat. Devon, get the fucking table. D-Pon, get the table. No, no. Shiny Wizard can't go through another table right after Gunther did it to him. Oh shit. No. No. Oh shit. Here comes Machine Gun Anderson. Oh no. And the Good Brothers are taking it to Shining Wizard. Pelting it. Ooh, Dominic! Dom! Do the honors! Do the honors! Bull E. Ray, D-Pon, and Spike. It would literally just be Spike from the show, but like he's no chat. That would be awesome. If like Spike Dudley was like literally just Spike the Dragon. That would be so sick. That'd be great, actually. No. Come on. Hurricane run to the table! Ow! Ow! Holy shit! Chat, are we just booing for the rest of the match? Oh my! And now I think the boos are dying down. I think the boos are dying down. Yep. Dom's had his moment. Oh shit! Easy Dom, easy Dom, easy Dom, easy Dom. I keep getting in the way of Dom in his spots. I'm gonna let him get his hardcore shit in here. The Shadow Money Wizard gang is absolutely taking it. To the Bullet Club. I mean, drink it in, chat. This right here is probably about as. This right here is about as close as. It's about as close as Bullet Club versus Lone Boy Club as we're gonna get. Oh no. Oh shit. Here we go. Here comes our longest term rival. It's the American Nightmare. We gotta get over to him, chat. We gotta get over to him. Ow! No, we cannot be pinned. Holy shit. Holy shit. LBC needs to get up for a street fight against LBG. Where the hell is the Long Boy gang? What are their credentials? Okay. Ah! I cannot get to the other side, chat. I can't get to the other side. No! Go back! I'm trying! I literally can't. The pathfinding's weird. Okay, so I need to strike Cody. Nice. Wait, did I did it? No. No! Shit! Ow! Ugh. Come on. Get up. Get up. Get up. Wait, can I... Strike Cody in the center of the left ring to prove you're the real champion. In the center of the left ring? So wait, do I need to like bring him to the other? There you go. Holy crap, the 2D image of the cage. I ran out of points to boo. No! Are you kidding me? That's all we get? He's been waiting for 3 years to get that win back.
Built on a victory over Cody Rhodes that many said was a fluke due to the interference of Roman Reigns.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. This actually makes sense. This actually makes a lot of sense. No. Wow. We didn't even get it. We didn't even have a chance to fight back, chat. Only have 4 points left. Well, you gotta stay in chat. You gotta be getting those channel points, you know? You gotta be racking them up. Bullet Club is back together. Ow! Damn. Imagine a 3-year reign and he's still an underdog. You don't want that belt, Cody. You and I both know what you actually want. You want the one that I got. You want the one that Shining Wizard has. I think we need some more submission. There you go. Dude, I had over 3,000 channel points before you asked us to boo Dom. And you know, those channel points were well spent. You know? They were well spent. You couldn't have asked for a better endeavor to spend them on, chat. Couldn't have asked for a better one. So we're nearly approaching 2 hours. What the fuck? Chat. This is actually insane. I blew the hell out of Dom and I'm still at 9,000. You must have been lurking for like a super long time then. Also, it shows that you watched the stream a bunch and I appreciate it. I burned through a few. I'm still at 26.2 thousand. You guys are actually fucking incredible. I love all of you. Thank you for the continuous support. I appreciate it. Alright, so it seems like we got some stuff to respond to. Struck first in the War Games preview match, so on and so forth. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. The WWE Universe is shocked after the dominant victory by Cody Rhodes over Shining Wizard at Survivor Series and War Games. Shocked? I'm not. Same old rats fighting each other for scraps at my table. Someday soon, I might have to come back and take back my seat. It's a tough one out there, champ, but don't let it get you down. You still got the gold after all. Thanks, Finn. You taking title matches anytime soon? I'm just wondering, unrelated to the outcome of the War Games match. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. No, you're right. No, you're right. We all win or lose together. Team effort, but let us know about the title match question. Dom is opportunistic, dude. Dom is down horrendous. He's thinking that just because that he was able to rub shoulders with greatness, that suddenly he's just owed a title shot. Well, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, chat. It's Java Crips GF, chat. It's Java Crips GF. Why is he Dom Mysterio 35? Because that's his social handle. Apparently we're like chatting on like WWE social media, which if we're going by history is tout, right? This is like the messed up timeline and where tout becomes a thing. Yeah, chat. It's Java Crips GF. Fanny. We gotta see what she wants, alright?
His championship run is epic! You must be so stressed.
I am.
I'm stressed vicariously through you. You know what helps me relax? I like to go on vacation. In my mind. Here's what I'm thinking. Close your eyes. Take yourself
What?
somewhere exotic and imagine yourself doing the most exciting thing you can think of. Which, for me, is wrestling. But against someone fun, like, what about Doink the Clown?
What?
Want to see where your mind can take you?
Release some stress by clowning around in Mexico. Doink the Clown? You're gonna fight in your dreams. What? I don't know. I don't know. We're like being asked to like daydream here, chat. We gotta fight in our dreams again, and we gotta fight Doink the Clown. Doink the fucking Clown, chat. There he is, right there. Hey, Twitch chat, it's you. And me. It's all of us together. It's the Lawn Boy Club embodied. Hey, I kind of low-key like the theme music. Oh, what? For Doink the Clown? It's gotta be, like, copyright-free, right? It's... It's the entirety of the Lawn Boy Club, personified. Shockmaster for 2K24 would be so real. Now that would be the Long Boy Gang. And Doink the Clown can beat that, you know? Give us the Yeti. Give us the Yeti. Someone has to have made the Yeti on Community Creations, right? Someone has to have made that. I mean, you basically have the tools. Just apply some bandages onto a giant wrestler and bam, you got it. You can even custom make them if you so desire. Alright, chat. We're not going to get ring announced, so we're just going to go ahead and we're going to play some fun music while we do this, okay? We're going to play some fun music while we do this. Given how I think this will probably be over a little quick. Lesnar attempts to defeat Doink the Clown. I hope you mean absolutely annihilate Doink the Clown. Ooh, there you go. I want to see a four-way match between Doink the Shockmaster, the ECW Zombie, and Repo Man. Ow. Well, hold that thought, chat. No! Doink was actually over, though. He was! Like, Matt Bourne was, like, genuinely pretty good. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. There you go. Ooh, let's go. Woo! Nice. Pinning him. One. Oh, no way, dude. Dude. Ain't no way. Fine, you know what? We're gonna see some stuff that you didn't see in 95. Or like in 93, I think, was when Matt Bourne was still Doink the Clown. Nice. Woo! Okay. Alright, we're gonna get this jump roll. No fucking shot. Oh. Not the abdominal stretch! No! Get out of here. No shot, dude. Get out of here. Neck breaker. Best move in the business. Here we go. No, it's gonna be a rope break. Let's not even try. Nice. Pin him. There you go. You can't stretch those abs any more than Wizard does at the gym. At the gym, Jack. Imagine TKO had to pay Disney just to be able to use the Shockmaster's helmet. I don't know how that works, but that'll be some fucked up shit, yeah. If we're doing a four-way of all-time worst gimmicks, ECW Zombie, Shockmaster, Eugene, and Bastion Booger. Bastion Booger is pretty much up there. Eugene is absolutely up there. Even though I like to cheer for Eugene. just because I want to see someone just, for once, just get annihilated by him, you know? Just for once. Because bullying people like that is very uncool, and it shows that, especially back then, wrestling was very mean. It was not very good. It was not, it was very, very prejudiced. But we don't talk about that. It's okay. It's okay. Anyways, Fanny, what do you want? Looks like you're the only one laughing after that one. I assume so anyway. It'd be weird if you lost a match in your own mind. Maybe I'm just in your head. How fun. Hopefully your relationship with JavaCrypt is going well, Fanny. And maybe get the psychic powers under control. Especially because he was like a legit good wrestler. No, I know. And I think not mean, just unhinged. And by extension, mean. Because, you know, it was. I don't think there's really any debate. But, you know. Anyways, Cody time. Let's go.
What are you doing here?
Slow down there, Tiger. Don't get hot. This isn't an invasion.
Look at him. He dwarfs Shiny Wizard.
Do they not have gyms at Raw?
I'm here with news. Because I wanted to tell you man to man and not have you read it on social media.
I think I could have continued to live in blissful ignorance.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but after I beat you at Survivor Series, Miz and Regal are giving the WWE Universe what it wants.
Let's go!
Title at the Royal Rumble.
That's actually
finish
good news.
the story.
Honestly, you could have slid into my DMs to let me know.
Don't slide into anyone's DMs. It's closed.
Additional proposition.
Let me guess.
The WWE Universal Champion and the World Heavyweight Champion in a tag team match for the first time ever. And it's gonna be awesome.
That was really close. Wow.
Guy learned at the feet of Teddy Long.
So what do you say? We obviously both like gold. You ready to team up?
I'm in.
You know what? Hell with it. I'm in.
I knew you would.
That was scarily good at the end.
Go team.
Shining Wizard's actually a skinwalker. Holy shit. Here we go. Cody suit jacket. Cody suit pants. Cody suit shoes. Cody suit shirt. Holy shit, you're gonna fight each other in a tag team match. Holla holla. The next time April Fool's Day lands on a day Raw, SmackDown, or NXT airs, I legit want to see WWE have a special April Fool's Royale featuring all of those terrible gimmicks. I also want RoboCop to be a special surprise guest. I would like WrestleMania to fall on April Fool's again so we can have the gimmick battle royal. Today was my favorite GM for sorry, Teddy was my favorite GM for years. He does exude an aura, doesn't he? And then you're gonna go one-on-one with the wizard. Holla holla. That's not alluding to anything in the future, don't worry. Rumor has it they're pushing back Mania next year. Pushing it back? Like date-wise? Are they gonna have it like in like another month or something? What the heck? Oh, okay. Well, hopefully they don't actually have us like fight in the tag match, or at least they don't have it go for too long. Because, actually no, the changes they made to this year's tag matches are actually pretty. They're actually pretty good. I think it's because Teddy was a face GM and that was so different. It is. It actually is. Well, these days it's a little common. At the time, it was pretty, like, uncommon, especially with Vince and how, like, prolific he was.
Viking Raiders approach the ring every night as if it's a battlefield, and they fight accordingly.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get right into the thick of it, chat.
And there he is, the
I want to see
his trail through WWE.
blazing the trail behind him, galloping through the fields of history. Every road that he's traveled, everything that he's done, every match he's had, it's all come down to this moment. It's all led up to this moment, chat. We're about to witness history. Did they max out the boob slider on Sarah Logan? She is not shaped like that. Listen, I don't know. I don't know what goes on at the thoughts of 2K. About to send the Vikings to the halls of Valhalla. Exactly. Y'all ever heard of Vikings? That's Nordic. Fantasy. The wizard is nothing if not real. Ain't nothing fantasy about this guy. Flying around at the speed of... oh wait, wrong series. Let's see if Cody comes out with the Cody Vader 2. I actually want to see. My god, he does. Does he? I think he is, chat. I think he does. The camera cuts are very Cody Vader-esque. Adrenaline in my soul. Ah! I stole it! I copped your gimmick and you didn't even do it back! You didn't even do it back, man! Everyone's singing, chat. Does he have the belt plates? He gets custom belt plates! Come on! I don't get custom belt plates because I was too late to put them in. Dude made an AI. Someone made an AI cover of the Beach Boys doing their own rendition of Kingdom. I left a link in Discord. I'll check it out in a. I'll check it out in a bit.
Of the WWE, he reached the main event of WrestleMania. Now it's time to...
Those are my moves. Those are Shining Wizards moves, Cody. You think you can just do that willy-nilly? You proud of your boy? With how he's stealing Shining Wizard shit, I wouldn't be. I'd be like, that's gimmick infringement. Get your own.
Before their champion versus champion clash at the Royal...
Hold on. I think that this calls for Bowser. Gimmick theft, exactly. Wait, do we have to... Right. Cody seems to want the spotlight. Let him have it by inflicting some damage on the Viking Raiders until the meter is full. As Cody, press square. Yes, okay. And we gotta damage the Viking Raiders as Cody. Let's just go ahead and let's just get it over with here. Come on. Nice. Nice. Here we go. Incredible. Woo! Right, can we do the shake, rattle, and roll? Yeah, baby. Ah! Oh, the bionic elbow. Incredible. Wizard just running around randomly outside the ring. He really, really, really wishes that was him in the ring right now. If that were him in the ring right now, he wouldn't be getting beaten to a pulp. And he knows it. Oh shit. He's so tiny in the corner, I know! He looks
Father,
like a child.
why are you a robot?
What? Oh no. Well, chat, we're having some, holy shit! Ah! Okay, hot tag. No, we cannot do the hot tag. No. Also, hi, Shoujo. I see you in chat there. How high are the top ropes in the WWE ring? Let's see. Nice. This high. Woo! Nice. Oh no, the Borg has assimilated our long boy. I'm the long Borg now. I need to win the match by pinfall as Cody Rhodes. Okay, so I think that. Whoa, shit! Hold on. Nah, no. Nice. DDT. Think that this is it. Hold on. Nice. DDT. All right. No. I'm not done. Oh fuck. Ah! No. Here. You know what? They're parallelograms. He is now Longitus. He is now Longitus the Borg. Cody's been taking some notes from Shining Wizard, but we don't know if it's the right notes. No! Cody's having a bit of a tough time, chat. Cody's having a bit of a tough time. That is very much the notes. Leave the high flying shit to the people that can do it. What the hell? Okay, cool. That's it. 1, 2. Well, okay, sure. His notes from Wizard always eat shit off the top ropes. Exactly. How to be a high flyer. Never, ever, ever hit your moves. Exactly.
Hello, Mario.
It appears as if I have not learned much from John Cena then. Well, you know, speaking of John Cena, Cody thinks that he's this guy right now.
Like I said before, you know, I'm the one that can see John Cena. Yeah, I'm the one that knows Victoria's Secret. I'm the one that knows what the dog is doing. You know, I'm that guy. I'm him. When I go into a gym, treadmills
do push-ups.
That's how it is, bro.
That's how it is, bro. I'm that guy. Bam. Bam.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds
Shaq,
minute
can we finish
Cheetos
the
break,
match?
my dudes.
Can we finish the match in time for the commercial break? I'm thinking we can. Wait. Does he have the Cody Cutter? Yes, he does. Nice. No, get up. Cody Cutter! Nice. Come on, Shining Wizard! 2, 3, there you go. Incredible work. Incredible work from everyone involved.
Is on a roll. For now, Saxton, the WWE Universal title puts a target on his back every time
We're celebrating like we're the best of friends. Whoa!
Find out what works, find out what doesn't.
They're breaching the market, in the robot market. Whoa! It just throws off the fucking throws off the vibe, you know? Shining Wizard, nah, Brick Goblin more like because he is thick. He is. He really is. He turned heel for like a couple weeks. And then he felt he had to really step up. He felt he had to step up his game a little bit. And what better to do it than with the Styles
Where the heck's
serum,
the Cheetos,
you know?
my dudes?
The AJ antidote. to all of your muscle building needs. I think Dr. Robotnik may have actually roboticized our long boy. He's a robadnik. He's a long badnik. I want a fucking art piece of that. I want like the long boy in the form of the badnik. I think that would be really fun. That'd be really cute.
But in several spots the game shows potential. When you search for your lost daughter in the alleys, the wobbly camera and dark shadows
Have me be like a boss at the end of a zone.
Unfortunately, this visual sense does not stay with the game on
just like for one,
much
for
of the
like
game is silent, so the game is aptly named. The
for like
use of
one,
silence is a great
for like
idea,
for
but
like
needs better
one of the animals. He just gets like really passionate. He's a big giraffe guy, you know? He's a big giraffe fella. How is it I've only sat through one set of commercials this whole stream? I don't know. That's so many ad troubles on the site. Sometimes they don't happen, and sometimes they get stuck, and I never get out. That's weird. That's weird. I don't really know like what the fix for that would be. I would have to imagine that hold on a second. Hold on, I'm getting messaged. An ad started and died after 1 second just now. You probably have an ad blocker on. There's still a shit ton of ads today compared to normal. Every commercial break feeds horrible commercials. That's awful. I'm glad that you're not clicking off the stream.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw. Hold on just a second. I like to support the people I watch. Oh, I appreciate it. My rat brain's going into overdrive. The stream has just become weird sounds with Giraffe Stab. My rat brain, just like edit the hamster wheel. Just like edit a hamster wheel like spinning in my head. Because that's all there is. That's all there is right now. If I don't got the money, I'll sit through a few minutes of that clipped. Great. Okay. We'll continue on now. Champs versus champs. After their awesome win last week, Cody Rhodes and Shiny Wizard will square off against SmackDown's tag champs, Rich Holland and Butch. We are gonna roll over and hand you our titles. We're going to give you a fight. That's not what I think of. Call that TikTok like something what the Stev doing. What the Stev doing? Socials. Can you actually see the prompts now? Say, all your base are belong to us. Were you like recording that or something? Is that like going to be used in court against me? Because, listen, I may have every right to remain silent, but I very much will not. I will keep talking. I'll keep talking and you can't stop me. Anyways, what do you want, Cody?
Hey, partner. You ready to win some tag team gold?
Partner? I'm your partner now?
Wait.
We ain't winning this shit.
About now. We won our match, and now we've got a title opportunity.
Which sure is great. I guess I just didn't realize that our team was the dark horse and the show horse.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means you spent our whole match out there hogging the
Father,
spotlight
you're back.
instead of working as a
Oh,
team.
goodness.
I did what was
I'm back.
necessary to win. If that's a problem,
Your Honor, he claimed all my base are belong to him. That or used in soundboard form.
what you need to see is that our next opponents are the SmackDown Tag Team Champions, and they are not going down without a fight.
Don't worry.
They are not,
I'm
no.
focused. My eyes are most definitely on the prize.
Good. Then maybe the next time we see each other in an airport, we'll be carrying heavier bags.
No, I wasn't recording. I just thought it would be funny to hear you say that line in your robot voice. Should have been recording. It would have been funny. Although, you know, I wouldn't want you to take me to court. That would be a very bad time for me. He's regained his natural giraffe body. I've returned to the mortal plane, chat. I'm back. I'm back, baby.
Followed a dusty trail from the fringes to the spotlight.
Unless it's the food court. Listen. I don't want to be caught inside a mall in 2024, okay? That place has, like, Sbarros. And I'm not going to be caught with Sbarros on my plate, you know? That feels like indigestion central. You feel me? His natural giraffe body is self-constructed of stainless steel.
The Rhodes legacy.
Listen, chat, you don't have to. What's wrong with Sbarros? It's mid as hell. That's what's wrong with it. If you get Sbarros, the Jordans are fake. I feel like this is going to get me claimed. Let's maybe not watch that. What is Sbarros? Sbarros is a pizza chain. It is popular amongst food court enjoyers everywhere. That being said, I'll down some friggin' Sbarros. I don't own Jordans. Ew, old tag team titles. This will be the, Also, thank you for following, Daryl. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. We're one step closer to Wrestling Empire, chat. Dude, Shining Wizard is more buff than friggin' Cody Rhodes. Look at this. I see. Yeah, we don't have them here. I mean, nothing these days... Listen, nothing will ever beat making your own homemade pizza, which I honestly need to do at some point.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Daryl. What's up? Smaller than Cody and still bigger than Cody. We're bigger when it counts, chat. Waka waka. We're the whole package. Big in places that count.
It's very rare that you feel like the champ.
I work in a pizza place. I will not be going to Sbarro. Again, I'll down some Sbarro, right? But like, listen, if I had a choice between Sbarro and literally any other pizza place, I'm choosing that other pizza place. Because Sbarro is like Little Caesars, but if it was packed into a food court and everything was put under a sun lamp for 3 hours. It's terrible. It's all dry as fuck and flavorless, you know? Nothing beats a wrestling giraffe. You said it, brother. I would expect nothing less from the Long Boy Club. You're welcome. I forgot to subscribe to your channel since I've joined your Discord a week ago. Was it really just a week ago? Why is time flying so fast and yet so slowly, chat? Little Caesars is goated if you have less than $100. If you're willing to like cap your standards to like mid, like just middle of the road, then Little Caesars will impress you, right? Because I think Little Caesars is better than you'd think. Like, they're no longer cardboard like they were a few years ago. But they're still not the best. The best in terms of, like, chains is either Papa John's or Domino's. And I honestly think after trying Domino's for the first time in years over WrestleMania, I feel like I'd choose Domino's, you know? I feel like I would choose Domino's. They just have, like, the perfect, like, ratio, you know? They don't claim to be good. I like how their only claim is hot and red. Exactly. it's hot and ready. They didn't say it's good. They said it's hot and ready. If you expect anything more than that, or anything less than that, then you should be suing. If it's good, sue. If it's cold and not ready, like if it comes to your like, if you take it home and it's like just a giant like mass of of dough and like raw sausage, then you sue, right? Also, Little Caesar is like the best chain social justice wise, is it? Because I'm in the different region. I live in South Africa. Oh yeah, you probably don't have Little Caesars over there, do you? I agree at Defender. Domino's has delicious Parmesan bread bites. I've only tried their pizza lately. I know they got like other stuff, which I need to try at some point. Don't be like the one guy who let's I'm not let's leave that out.
Hello, Mario.
To be fair, my stepdad and I once did go to Little Caesars in a pinch, and the pizza wasn't hot, nor was it ready yet. Well then you needed to sue. I don't know why you know the drill. You needed to be up there with litigation, literally like the next second, right? Every time you walk into Little Caesars, you gotta be carrying the judge gavel, like you're fucking like Phoenix Wright, you know? Actually, no. Phoenix Wright doesn't have the judge gavel. It's the judge that has the judge gavel. You gotta be going in there like the judge in Phoenix Wright, you know? I'm stupid. No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're okay. You're fine. Speaking of Domino's, what are your thoughts on the Noid? It's way before my time, brother. Wow. I have my thought on the Noid is that he existed. he existed. Ow. It's okay, I may be new to your stream. No, it's fine, don't worry. I literally just giggled so hard over you're talking about a massive dough that I coughed coffee up my nose. Chat. Is this what we're gonna do now? Is that what we're gonna do now? Are we doing that now? Fine. Bowser time. When we get a Yo Noid remaster.
Hello, Mario.
Oh, sorry. No. It's okay. It's okay. I would not have the redeems there if you didn't trade 3 tags with Cody. Well, holy crap. Ooh. I was Cornbread Gang, I'll settle on a re-release via limited run games. I don't know if you want limited run games in 2024. How about this? We all have a campaign where we just mass frigging produce. Actually true though, limited run games kind of shitty. You know, just kind of in a climate in where like game preservation is like just not a thing to like big that's like big publishers. I don't know if you want to be supporting limited run, you know? Because, like, you know, especially, like, with places like fucking Best Buy, just, like, doing away with their entire physical division, you know, we shouldn't be just expecting limited runs of everything. Limited run games seems like a necessary evil in a time where physical releases of games are going extinct, but we should be expecting more, you know? We should be expecting more. That's all I'm saying. I think that when you look at it purely on the basis of giving things a physical release, then yeah, like limited run is worthwhile. But like, if you look at it beyond that scope, I feel that their strategy is very flawed in terms of just like, you know, in terms of just like game preservation. We should get full runs of games. They could legit just be printed to order. Exactly. It just feels like artificial. It feels like a form of artificial scarcity sometimes. They're making a business out of artificial scarcity, you know? We hated that like when fucking Nintendo did that, like, you know, like with their figurines and stuff. We hate whenever Nintendo does that for any of their games. Remember the SNES Classic? Remember the NES Classic? You couldn't find any of those. And that was by design. Now we just hate Nintendo. You know what? That is true. We just hate Nintendo. I like Nintendo's games, but Nintendo as a business can genuinely go fuck itself. Agreed. It's probably been said by by like a half dozen thousand people, and it will be said by another one. If Nintendo didn't have good games, no one would put up with them. Absolutely no one. Nobody would put up with them. I don't hate Nintendo, I just hate their practices. Well, maybe to you that's kind of like a different, a distinction, but to me, Nintendo is their practices. That's the entire, that is their entire identity, you know? What do we know about a company if not their business practices, you know? So on that basis, I don't like Nintendo very much. To be honest, at this point, with the shit they're with the shit they're pulling, we shouldn't even be supporting their games. What are they doing? It's like CM Punk. You don't like the way they do things, but you like how they practice. Yes, exactly. That's actually very well put. That right there is actually very well put. Although, unlike CM Punk, I don't mind talking about Nintendo. Whereas if you put CM Punk in front of me, you know, that's like fucking garlic to a vampire, right? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to be in the presence of it. I don't even want to look at it, right? I don't even want to look at it. Get him out of there. It's like fucking garlic. And their emulation crackdowns, exactly. Oh no, like, listen. Here is my opinion on CM Punk in 2024, chat. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? I hope you're ready, because you better be sitting down for this bullshit. CM Punk is a wrestler that exists, and a lot of people like him, and that's pretty cool. At the same time, there are people that dislike him, and that's pretty cool. I will, however, choose to be in the middle so that I do not have to be on the receiving end of anybody's wrath. That is my take on CM Punk. CM Punk will continue to be... Hey! Listen, all I'm doing is giving my opinions, you know? CM Punk is out with injury and is therefore not a wrestler. I will say it, like I said 1,000 times. Centrist much canceling you on Twitter? Oh yeah, sorry. I gotta take a stance on the great CM Punk debate of our time. Truly, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything, chat. Like that. You'll fall for the fact that Shining Wizard can actually hit diving moves. Can I, like, grab him and, like, move him, please? Ow. Hey, you. Bro really is, I just want to grill maxing. I am! Listen, I just want to grill. Is that too much to ask? Can a dude, like, lie on the mat to pin them? I gotta pin them as the Dark Horse. The top rope is like kryptonite to the Wizard. He's magical in the ring. But on the top rope, he can only hit it half the time. Try 49% of the time. I'll be standing outside of Capitol Hill with my CM Punk is a person that exists sign, you know? And I'll be heralded as a hero. I'll be heralded as a hero, a modern Johnny Appleseed, you know? A modern man of culture. Oh, every time he goes up on the top rope, I'm like, no, don't do it, Flair. All right, well, listen, he heard you, and now he's going sicko mode. Come on, 1, no fucking shot. Fine, get up. Come on, you. That works for me, brother. We are ambivalent about CM Punk sign. No shot. That is actually what I would do, though. I would just be like, I am ambivalent towards Phillip Brooks. I neither like nor dislike the man known as Pepsi Phil. Ow! Hey! Holy shit. Absolutely leveled by Butch. What's ambivalent? Half the people be like, what's ambivalent, and get offended because they can't understand. Twitter activists in a nutshell. And I'm really chopping down all the trees here, huh, chat? I'm like a lumberjack. I'm like a really, really, really tall lumberjack right now. Tall? Yeah! I am the fucking tree, chat. Come on. Yes! Yeah, baby! Let's go! He can actually hit his move. He can actually hit his moves. He can actually hit his fucking move. Long, tan, and handsome. I am very long and handsome. Claims to be tall, but is only like 3 inches on my screen. I'm in the trees. Why can't she see I'm in the trees, chat? Is she stupid? That's a deep cut reference. And only a select few will know. Come on! Wait. No! I had to do it by pin! I had to pin them! Shit! God damn it! No, you fool! You absolute idiot! You buffoon! These are not them! You captured the stunt doubles! Ooh! There you go. Yeah, I know. You bucking donkey. The is he stupid? When I was saying, are they stupid, I was referring to myself, chat. I was actually talking about myself. That's bullshit, dude. It shouldn't matter how you win. Those 2 slices of bread between your head. What are you? An idiot sandwich. The biggest idiot sandwich of all time. I'm Ashen Dice. How the heck are you, man? It has been forever since I've seen you. Hopefully things are going well with you. No! You will not steal his move! No! Butch stole his move, chat! We gotta get Shiny Wizard in there! Right now! To friggin' put this J-Bron in his place! We gotta put this J-Bron in his place, chat. Nice, there you go. It was incredible athleticism, yes. Nice. Just recovered from a bad kidney stone. Other than that, I'm okay. I'm just surviving another security guard shift. So, like, are you, like, chatting from work right now? I really appreciate that. Oh, shit. Ooh! Face buster. Nice. Come on, come on, come on. Best missile ever! Fuck! It can't. It's like half the time, chat. It's like literally like a 50-50 shot. Looking at cameras in one screen, wrestling to another. Here, keeping an eye on Shining Wizard, just in case you need to send in the heavy artillery. You know exactly what requires the attention. You do not want a kidney stone. Oh, no, no, no. Don't worry. I'm well aware that you do not want to have a kidney stone. You don't want to have any kind of medical event, honestly. That stuff is no fun. That is bad news brown there. I hate that franchise so much. Wait, what franchise? And that's the bottom line, because Pone Cold said so. Colin knows what's up. Ashen dies. Bro's playing Five Nights at... No! You will get over there and you will tag him back in. You'll tag that fraud back in. You'll tag that fraud known as Butch back in here. Get back in there. No, no. You know what? You know what? I want you in the ring. I want you in the ring right now. Wait, no fucking shot. Oh, wait, okay. Ooh! Yes. Yes. No! 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 I need to beat the fraud! No! Shit! Ow! Damn it. Fine. You know what? Get in there. Mate, you're fucking yourself over. No! I need to make a compilation of every time Shining Wizard misses. Every time Shining Wizard misses in this series. Thank you. You need the serotonin in order to.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Is it? Fuck. No, it's not. Shining Whifford. Shining Whifford is actually cold. That's what his haters call him. What? The world's largest love machine, Ridge Holland. So on and so forth. There are no wizard haters, just those who haven't come around yet. Holy crap. It was the ragdolling in this game can be really off kilter, chat. Wow. That's insane. Anyways, back to this. Clips. Great.
He's got him scouted.
You understood the assignment. Good job. Come on. Oh, the head says ours. How do you clip anyway? You have to have the video playing, and in the bottom right, you will have a little clapper icon. You gotta press the clapper icon if you wanna clip something. Oh man. The Brawling Brutes. It's hard to clip on phone, I'd imagine. It's it's alright if you physically cannot clip though. I'm not gonna judge you. Wow! Cody Rhodes had to come in for the save of Shining Wizard. Maybe he actually does appreciate him. They are kindred spirits, chat. Perpetual underdogs. No shot. No! Oh man, I really should have let him get to 9. That would have been so good. It would have been such a good spot. Tag him in. Tag him in, you fuck. Tag him in. I'm gonna show you a real Shining Wizard. Fine. Ow. One poem 2. It's hard to clip on phone. One poem 2. But yeah, you'll see a little clapper icon on like the bottom right of the screen if you have the video playing. You can't pause it. You cannot pause it while you're doing this. It has to like, oh, hold on. Here's a real Shining Wizard, kid. No! No shot! He's not letting me do my move, chat. Let me do my move. No! 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 The giant swing! Pete Dunne is a bitch. He is. He's being a real dickhead right now. Wait. Is he actually gonna tag in? Yes, let's go. No. No. There you go. We're trying this again. Let's do it. Shiny, what? No! Are you kidding me? He keeps blocking it! He keeps blocking it! He keeps blocking it, chat! Ow!
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
No! Mm. You know what? That's a good advice. That's a good advice, my friend. That is a good advice, if I've ever heard it. No. Shit. Shit! I want it so bad, chat. No! Let's see if we can do it.
Hit them with a chair.
I'm afraid I'll get disqualified if I do that. I'm just like stomping on his head, chat. Wow. Come on. Tag in your guy. Fine. You know what? We'll do this. Cody's fresh as a daisy, but the wizard needs this pin. He does.
Win if you can, lose if you must, but always, always cheat, father.
May have to.
It's break time.
Oh.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. We spent so much time on this match, chat. And I don't know if I'm cooking anymore.
How about fighting games?
Let's go!
We have to begin with Acclaim's long-awaited
WWF Attitude.
While we have yet to review the N64 version,
This game sucks, by the way. This one right here.
Live up to expectations.
It's real bad.
The graphics are very disappointing, especially during.
Well, it's not
entrances,
restarting this
but the
match
character
over,
animations
LMAO.
are well done. Some ones do not
paused.
even have entrances. I wish more than 4 players could be in the ring at once. Special moves are not listed in the manual, but
I wish
some are
more than
listed
4
the
players could be in the
Wrestler
ring
section.
at once. He says probably
Controls
playing
are
on the
okay,
N64.
but the 400 plus moves are not easy to remember and have no logical connection to any particular buttons.
Remember the
For
words of
example,
Eddie
the
Guerrero,
ass-kisser
if
move
you're not
uses up
cheating,
instead of
you're
down.
not trying.
Still,
Lie,
you can't beat a
cheat,
game that
and
offers
steal.
this many options.
Viva LA
We
Raza.
had a lot of fun creating 3 fat black ladies fighting 1 skinny white turd. You don't get to do that every day.
Who the hell was saying the Stone Cold dialogue there? Oh wait, no, never mind. This is the PlayStation version because they had the commentary. What the fuck? What the hell? Holy crap. I'll say though, chat, we are somehow approaching the 3-hour mark. But like I said, we are going to be here for as long as it takes. For as long as it takes. It is just like it's just like a main event on Dynamite. We will stick with the action for as long as it takes. Speaking of, I need to watch a Collision after we're done here. Tony Khan always like books like the fucking craziest matches when like he's when like he can't get into his usual slot.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. I need to see Swerve versus Claudio. That shit might actually feed a family. It might feed a whole town. It'll feed a village. I really need to see that. Along with Phoenix versus Black Taurus, or at least the former Black Taurus. Hi, Hanwei. I'll tell you. If you want like some of the most solid like fucking just in-ring stuff, Collision's your bag. Collision's your bag. That shit has like consistently the best wrestling every single week. I feel like. Or at least like based on what I've seen. At least based on what I've seen, I've not been disappointed with the actual in-ring stuff. Okay, we're actually gonna do this now. Now we're gonna have some different music. Because apparently this is like the hardest thing ever. We're just gonna go to World Circuit. Oh, nice! This is a lot of work for like what's ultimately not going to be worth much at all. Oh! We did it! Crossroads! Holy shit! Wow, that was so smooth, chat. That was whoa! That was like the smoothest thing of all time. That was like the smoothest thing of all time. Wow! That was an incredible catch. Get Wizard in there. I need to, yes. Come on, get your guy in. Get yours. Ooh! It's time for the guy to get his shit in. Let's do it. The best shiny wizard ever! No! What? Every single time! Every single time! It's this! Cody! Cody, what's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Cody had the faith. I don't know if it was misplaced or not. There ain't no way that you're gonna miss it this time, bud. What? Flew too close to the sun, chat. I actually flew too close to the sun. Every single time this happens, every single time I try to do anything in this game, every single time I try to do everything in this game, and yet I keep doing it. I keep doing it. I don't learn, chat. I don't learn. I don't learn. Whatever. Just put them in a body bag, Steb. Okay. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I'm gonna do. No more fucking around. We're just gonna put him away. Why is Butch countering everything I'm doing? I am going to murder your bloodline. I'm gonna take these guys out back. Freaking put them in the dumpster like they're the Spirit Squad. You're Nick Nemeth. And the other one on the other end is Mikey. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm done with them, chat. I'm done with these guys. Dude, look at this! This is ridiculous! This is ridiculous! Are you seeing this? This is absolutely ridiculous! Look at this chain wrestling going on here. This is insane! No! I had no time to do anything there. Hearing that the Spirit Squad was just to get Kenny over makes sense, but while only Ziggler managed to get much, the Kenny does pop up on screen when people break into fights. Oh yeah? Every single time. Shiny Wizard's the worst, chat, actually. I don't think that he's very good. Actually. Why are they suddenly reversing everything I do? Why are they reversing everything I do, chat? This is ridiculous. This is actually absurd.
Kicking out there really has to make his opponent question his game plan.
No! No more! No more review! No, no. Fuck this. Fuck this music. This is not the music we're going with.
Springboard into a Hurricane Rana. That's amazing. Took a massive risk.
And I still need to get my tags in. We're just gonna go ahead and do this. No! We'll hit my Shining Wizard on you. There you go.
Time to have a bad time.
You said it. Nice. Drop. It's time to have the baddest of times with Cody Rhodes. Nope. No.
An impressive sequence from Cody. Bush has to wake up and get going in a hurry.
Cody Cutter! No shots! You were stunned. You were stunned. You were absolutely stunned, man.
The pin doesn't even last to a count of one. I suppose you have to take the shot, but it's still too early to wrap up this one just yet.
There is absolutely no way. You should be dead. I will murder your entire family lineage, your entire bloodline.
Oh, look at measuring their opponent into a suplex. Armbar applied. Will they tap out? Trying to roll through.
Oh, man.
Hammerlock armbar. Submission maneuver in place.
I always hate those spots. Shit. No. Screw your rage. You're gonna get in there and you're gonna tag that Butch back in.
Riggs prevents that from connecting. Dominating shoulder tackle. Challenger's a little worse for wear now. Incredible aggression from Holland. He's
No.
burying elbows in the midsection. Brought down with the bulldog. Vicious headbutt. Tag is registered.
All right, cool. Giant Wizard's almost like completely ready to go.
He skirts around it. Down with the bulldog.
We have a lot of bulldogs, chat. We have a whole friggin' shelter full of them. Come on. You know what? You're friggin' measuring the arms so much. Let's see how you like it. Let's see how you like it. What the fuck? Every single thing that I'm doing, he just reverses. Counter ref. 1, 2. Fine.
Some way he is still in this. Oh man. Oh god, that hurt.
I'm gonna friggin' just break your arms. Let's see how you feel.
Never saw it coming. Playing possum. Shoulders down. Quick shoulder off.
No.
Expecting that from him at this point. Able to parry that one. Knees up, had that telegraph, but can it be capitalized on? Wrenching the arm. Driven all the way down for a European armbreaker. Big clothesline.
Man. Come on. 1, 2. No way. I literally thought I had him there. That was so close. No more arm. No more arm for you. You will not be able to apply anything anymore. The only thing you'll be able to apply is these fucking nuts. For your face. If you reverse this, I swear to God. Let's go! Finally got my move in. Holy shit. Ow. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I got my move in. Let's go. Woo! Yay, we did it. Perfectly timed farts. Perfectly timed farts tonight. Always right on the spot. On the spot. I get it. Like a giraffe spots. Eat shit, brawling brutes. Genuinely. he tossed it up like it was just like like it was a toy title. We're not. Oh man.
These men are now the SmackDown Tag Team Champions, and they're on shaky ground at best.
Look at this. You know what? This is something that neither Henry nor Gira could ever accomplish. Neither of them ever held tag team gold, chat. This is a first in our cursed wrestling universe. Gotta give it to the Brutes. They did make you fight for it. They did. They did actually make me fight for it. But yeah, Shining Wizard makes history here on the channel, being the first male wrestler to win tag team gold. I don't think Gira or Henry did it. But Shining Wizard, he's now the shiniest wizard of them all. Bronze, gold, silver, he's got it all. The two greatest champions in WWE are on a collision course for the Royal Rumble. But now they're #SmackDown tag champs together. Can Cody Rhodes and Shining Wizard coexist? No, I've seen this one before. POV, you're watching WWE in the mid-2010s. And you're watching a main event angle on Raw. Gira never needed tag straps, and Henry got distracted by a ball of yarn. Yeah, Henry got distracted and then subsequently ran away from it. That's what happened. Bro, who the fuck are you? I was there when Michaels and Cena won their Can They Coexist titles. Like, in the building? Alright, chat. We are over the 3-hour mark. I'm going to see what Cody wants. And then we'll get to it. And then we're going to take a break.
Champ, how you feeling?
Dude, Cody looks like Shining Wizard's big brother.
Mind teaming us up, but it's worked out pretty damn good.
Cheers to that. Another lucky break.
Another lucky break.
You know, Cody Rhodes is actually like a really good VA.
Compliments, you managed to make them patronizing.
The word lucky triggers you?
I've just been hearing it for a long time.
Because you got lucky beating me for the WWE Universal title.
He's right.
All right. Gloves off. Here we go.
What would you call it? I had you beat when Roman came in.
Very true.
It's been more than 2 years, Cody. You, Reigns, Miz, all of you keep talking fluke like I haven't been beating everybody who comes at me.
You haven't beaten me.
Not until the Rumble, partner.
We'll see. For now, we have one more title defense before then. See if you can keep your ego in check long enough that we can win the damn match.
Egos? Let's talk about egos, Cody. Right now, you have the World Heavyweight Championship. People keep saying that you finished your story nearly 2 years ago when you won that belt. But let's be honest. Deep down, you know that's not true. You know that couldn't be any further from the truth. You and I both know that when you stare across the ring from me, you see the one thing that you could never, ever win. And that's the WWE Universal Championship. The World Heavyweight Championship on your shoulder, that's not an ending. That's a fucking bookmark at best. And you want to talk about finishing stories? I have one too. For years, people have told me that I'm just a fluke. That I'm a lucky break. And you know what? There are many times where I believe them. For way too long, I've walked around with this belt trying to convince myself that I deserve to hold it. But no matter what I do, whether it's world-class matches, whether it's defeating giants, whether it's taking down megastars and legends, nothing seems to work. But then William Regal came to me and he brought your name up again for the first time in 2 years. And then it hit me. I now know why I need to beat you, Cody. Because it's the only way that I'm going to feel like a champion. At the Royal Rumble, you better bring your A game. Don't bring anything lower than that. Because I promise you, I am not the same wrestler that you fought at SummerSlam all those years ago. I am Shining fucking Wizard. I've held the WWE Universal Championship for nearly 3 years. I've taken down all comers. Except for you. Of course. And until I do, I'm not a champion. I'm just a guy with a damn belt. But by the end of the Royal Rumble, I will have finished my story. And you'll still be trying to finish yours. You'll just have to wait a little longer to do that. And that's the promo, chat. That's the promo going into the Royal Rumble. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I was holding that one in like weeks. I was holding a version of that in for like weeks, chat. I wanted something like that to actually like happen. But of course, you know, I gotta be the one that wills it into existence because, listen, we can't expect 2K to be smart 100% of the time. You know? Can't expect them to be. They can't be 100% dead on. But yeah, when we come back, we're gonna finish this, chat. The end's in sight. We're gonna do it. Good speech, good speech. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna use the restroom, chat. Thank you all once again for hanging out with me tonight. If you haven't done so already, I would really appreciate a follow on the Twitch channel. If we get to 1,000 followers by October 2nd, my birthday.
Nothing beats a
cool, refreshing sip of water. Then we will be playing Wrestling Empire. It will be an origin story for our man, Gira. It's gonna be fun, it's gonna be great. You should join my Discord. We have a lot of fun over there as well. Oh, excuse me, I mean hell of a promo, yeah! You should fucking join the Discord, a community full of games, wrestling, ponies, and other such hyperfixations. Follow my socials. On my YouTube, where we're gonna be putting up a new video next Monday. So not this Monday, but the following Monday. And we have a new video up right now on My Little Pony Maritime Bay Adventure. We had a lot of fun with it. It came out really good, thanks to my editor, Ty. In fact, it came out so good. I'm going to show you a clip of it right now for those of you who are not here in the beginning. What the hell? I literally thought that was one of you for a second.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I knew. I was just like, I was able to just go like at 5 a.m. completely sleep deprived and get away with it.
That was funny. That was great. You all should watch the full video on my YouTube channel. You can find it in my card right there. And also, actually, I covered everything, actually. I covered everything, chat. I'm gonna go and take that bathroom break. If you don't hit 1,000, you have to 100% the MLP game. There actually needs to be a consequence for if I don't hit 1,000. That's pure hell right there. It's honestly not. It'll take you like an extra hour to 100% the game. You can really just do it by accident, you know? You can literally do it by accident if you want. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take that break, chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Haley, I apologize about my chat. They're being big stinkies right now, as you can no doubt hear. They're being gigantic stink lords at the moment. And there's really nothing I can do about that. You just gotta like let the beans pass through them. You know? You just gotta let the beads go right through their system. The beans, what the fuck? Go right through their system. It takes a second. It takes a sec. The bean, what the fuck? Big Burr. Hopefully you had a fun stream. Moderators, can I please get a shout out for her? I actually need to give like a couple more people in chat some shout outs. Rather like some like modding privileges.
Ladies and gentlemen, step on up. Come on, let's go.
Big Burr, Bailey. Oh, you suck. Let's go. There you go.
You didn't. You owe me $10 either way.
I'm going to probably mod a couple people in chat here. If y'all are good with that. Ashley, I'm going to mod you. You are far and away one of the most active people in this chat, and I would not trust my server, rather like my and to be quite blunt, I would fucking run to you first if I had to trust it with anyone. With anyone. We are now mod. You are now a mod. Welcome to the fold, brother. It really isn't anything big. You just you need to give shout outs. Ow. Dang it. You need to give shout outs. And you also need to, you know, ban scam bots when they come in here. Dangerously cheesy. Soul, are you okay with being a mod too? You okay with being one too? I want to make sure that, you know, it's all good. Yeah, I don't mind. Alright, cool. I just need a couple more. Isolde BT. Because there are many times where, like, I'm just left without any mods at all. So, I need to, like, up the privileges a little bit. Well, at least I think I did it right. Hold on a second. Yep, you're good. You're all good. And I might ask a couple more people, too. Anyways, Bailey, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. If you're still over here. after that whole thing. Thank you very much for sending your lovely community on over here. If you need... Ow, if you need to raid and run, that's okay. I appreciate it anyways. I appreciate it. Much like how I appreciate that we're at the end, chat. We are at the end of Shining Wizard's story. It is time for him to finally get this monkey off his back that he's had ever since the beginning of the game. It's time to face Cody Rhodes. Wait, why are we on SmackDown? Huh?
Hey, Michael, would you please shoot?
What? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Huh? Wait, I have a title defense first? One more tag team defense, silly. You kidding me? I don't want to face off the Academy. That story's over. That story is over, chat. Ding-a-ling. No, it's over, chat. Ow. Yeah, you have a tag team defense. Didn't you see the story? I didn't. Gable made the Alpha Academy cry. He a meanie. He is. Not the fruit roll-up belt. Fruit by the foot. Fruit flavored snack.
There's a lot of hype surrounding this guy, but I'm not...
Whenever I think of Fruit by the Foot, I think of like the ad and where like the kids are replacing various things with their... various things with Fruit by the Foot. And it ends with a kid replacing, you know, the other kid's DNA with Fruit by the Foot. And he's just like a giant, like, colorful pile on the floor. He literally killed him with the words. Oh, this is something we haven't seen in a while, chat. We haven't seen Wizard 2 belts since NXT. It's back and it feels so dang good. Wizzy 2 belts? Wizzy 2 belts is good. I remember you talk about rolling up fruit by the foot into a big ball even with the small rocks in it. Listen, if you just like coat small rocks in fruit by the foot.
Go Shining Wizard, go.
Yeah, let's go. The homunculus gets it. If you just roll up like tiny rocks and fruit by the foot, you know, that's a flattering after school snack. You get the vitamins and the minerals along with your week's worth of sugar all in one bite, you know? You may have indigestion, but you know, that's not something more rocks and candy can't fix, you know? Eventually you'll become an X-Man. Is that you after eating fruit by the foot covered rocks? But yeah, Bailey's chat, if you are new to the channel, I would appreciate you giving a follow, especially if you like wrestling content, because we are trying to get to 1,000 followers by October 2nd, my birthday. If we can get there by then, I will play Wrestling Empire on stream.
Farting time is over, the wrestling is now.
He's saying farting time is over for you, chat. Now him, he can do it any way he wants. Mostly because he can't help it because of all the Cheetos. Toss up a follow, everybody. You know you want Gira's story. If you don't, well then, you can go to hell. No, it's fine. If you don't, then you're missing out. Genuinely. Wrestling Empire is an insane game. We'll learn why Gira never stopped shooting.
Matchups like these are why I love tag team wrestling.
What? Just what? Can they coexist versus Chad and Otis?
And the American Nightmare.
Right, damage either member of Alpha Academy. Oh no, we are losing these titles right here, dude. We are losing the titles. Also, by the way, we need music. We need music. The Dark Horse. The Dark Horse. And Cody Rhodes. It's like, oh yeah, and Cody Rhodes is there too. It's like the song in Smiling Friends when like fucking Charlie's doing all the quests in the Enchanted Forest. It's the song that Mitt plays partway through the episode. Let's see here. I think it's Wild Pokemon time. I missed when you could win or lose matches to change the story. Maybe in 2K25. You haven't been able to like do that for such a long time. It's a little unfortunate, but I also enjoy, you know, some more structure. Nice. Oh yeah, he can finally hit his move. Alright, we got a tag in Cody. Let's get Chad back into the ring, the Chad. Oh shit. There you go. Really? No way. These are getting... Wow. Alright, one-on-one. Alright, win the match by any result. That's fine. We didn't need Cody anyways. Fine. Now it's about more than title. You sick fuck indeed. You couldn't live with your failure. Fine. No! No! Alright. We're still keeping with wild Pokemon music. Oh shit. Ow! Oh, thank you! No. I'll take you downtown, Otis. Here you go. Woo! So wait, can you can you get Otis DQ'd? Let's try it. Ow! Hey! Fine. Do it. I don't think he's gonna take the bait, chat. I don't think he's gonna take the bait. Also, chat, why are you so gassy? Why are you so gassy, chat? You're actually disgusting right now. Disgusting. Oh man, I was hoping
for chair hitting time. That's the best part of wrestling.
Are you saying that you're not Are you saying that you're not enthralled by the great work that's happening in the ring right now? Come on, look at this. Here it is, the best Shining Wizard ever. Nice. Done by a real professional. Yeah, exactly. I have absolutely no one here to help me. And now this right here is where the fucking match is actually going to... It's actually going to... It's actually going to fuck me over a little bit. Alright. Oh, super kick! No one can believe it!
Bully him.
Did it. Holy crap, the super kick is like one of the most powerful moves in Shining Wizard's arsenal. And still the horseman. Otis ate that. Yeah, but he didn't swallow. We saw a Stev call only We need a Stev CAW only universe mode in the future. Maybe in the future, when we play like 10 of these games and we have like a whole like universe worth of like CAWs. Sweet Stev music. I like that. Sweet Stev music's actually good. I've been part of a lot of teams, but never with someone as jealous and narcissistic as Shining Wizard. The only thing that gets me through it is the fact I'm going to beat him for the WWE Universal title at the Royal Rumble. Should have seen this coming. You have a thing for walking away when a situation gets tough. Ah! Well, yeah, but he made AEW. Rather, he helped make AEW. So, you know, you can shove it on that one, Shining Wizard, but that's neither here nor there.
Where the hell is Miz?
What's Simpkin doing here? If it isn't the Simps?
He hightailed it as soon as Cody jumped off that apron, didn't he?
Have you checked your social media? People love the drama between you and Cody. Besides, you guys can fix things up before your next match.
There's not going to be a next match because I have had enough of that sanctimonious, entitled SOB. Our run as a team, it is over. So you can have your tag team championship back because I am done.
Oh boy, tournament time, baby.
Miz is not going to be happy about this.
I don't care. When I beat Cody Rhodes for the heavyweight title at the Royal Rumble,
oh man,
I'll be able to go to any brand I want, any time I want. Miz's control over my career will be finished once and for all. Huh. Your boss is really not going to be happy about that.
Oh, all the marbles, chat. It's for all the marbles. Let's do it. For years, the WWE Universe has been waiting for Shining Wizard versus Cody Rhodes. The rematch. Gold. gold defined them, brought them together, tore them apart. Now it brings them back to face each other once again. Tonight at the Royal Rumble, one of these men walks out with the WWE Universal and World Heavyweight Championship. Becomes a legend. Legend? More like just another wannabe attempting to follow in my footsteps. If you're looking for a real legend, I'll be on the set of my latest soon-to-be hit movie. What's Roman's movies, chat? I won't lie.
Hello, Mario.
This would suck on weekly TV, all of you. It would. But, like, listen, it's fun. We're doing it. Heyo, what's up? Hey, T-Brain. We are at the end of our rope here. We're at the end of the line. We're about to do it. Roman stars in any project that can't afford a Jason Momoa for. But what, all right, well, what if they can't afford The Rock?
Step on up and see
you know?
if you can throw a giant gold ring around a long boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen.
Like we've seen the Easter Bunny, rather like we've seen the Tooth Fairy with The Rock. How about the Easter Bunny with fucking Roman? He doesn't even look that much like Jason Momoa. Damn. Ah, T-Brain, you suck. Here we are, chat. We're gonna let them make their entrances, okay? We're gonna let them make the entrances. Let's... This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. 21 people watching on Twitch. It's just a wall of noise. It's just a wall of noise now, chat. It's the most out of sync crowd ever. What? Huh? What'd you say? I can't hear you. Huh? What? Shining's gonna kill you. Wizard's gonna kill you. It just sounds like people are banging on tables. It sounds like there are tremors in the earth. There are tremors in the earth. Oh, we're not going to get the same thing that Cody. Hi, Henry.
Hello, Mario.
And so, something Cody wants. This crowd sucks. This crowd sucks. They literally can't get on the same page. Hi, Fizzyamp. How are you? You are just in time for the end of the story. Are we actually gonna do this to Cody? No way, chat. No fucking way. You're not gonna do this to Cody, are ya? No way. No shit. He's not Dominic Mysterio, chat. I think you got the wrong beat. I think you got the wrong beat, chat. Dom could never have this heat. Cody did personally slight Shining Wizard. It's not that big of a possibility. Stop! Stop! Stop, chat! Stop! Cease! Cease! It's time. Yeah? And what is it also for? What's it also for, chat? He's a bitch in his soul. Wizards whooping Cody Rhodes. You bet. You fucking bet, dude. I love the new lyrics. There's always a rub. There he is, chat. Yay! This is awesome. This is awesome. Here we go. Hey, don't interrupt Samantha. All right. Here we go. This is it, chat. Everything.
Stacked rumbles in recent history.
You know what? I swear if you play that during this, I will actually time you out. I will actually time you out. Sit. Take your pipes. Wash your hands. Make sure there's no food spillage on them. Make sure your pipes are nice and dry. Just hold them in your heart. Hold them in your arms for just a little bit. All right? Just a little bit. No pipes. Just hold on to them with all your might. Because right now, it is time for the moment that we've been waiting for. It's time for Shining Wizard versus Cody Rhodes.
Please refrain from dropping pipes after the match.
It's time for the fucking for the fucking Persona 4 music. Really, the commentary was kind of on beat, was it? Let's go, Shining Wizard! Holy shit. No! Let's go, Wizard. Let's go, Cody. Let's go, Wizard. Cody sucks. Let's go, Wizard. Cody sucks. Oh! No! This is the battle that we're having, Cody. Fuck him up, Wizard. Fuck him up. Fuck him up, Wizard. Fuck him up. Oh no, chat. You know what I should have done? I should have had like the dusty spots for this match. It's a little too late to go back and do it, but it would have been so cool. No! No. No!
It's almost time for a 120 seconds
Fuck
minute
you, no, it's
Cheetos
not.
break, my dudes.
No, it's not.
attacks from the arsenal of Cody Rhodes. Cody's getting that unstoppable look in his eyes.
Cody is as fresh as a daisy. I know.
For all things considered, Cole, it's not a bad condition to be in at this point in the match. He must have had that scouted. Oh, that can rock you. Hitched up. It's over. It's over. Being shot. You've got to maintain pressure. No way.
Outside dive hits! Bully Cody. Clap, 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 clap.
Textbook fireman's carry takeover. Big kick. Double knee face breaker. Took off the sad intentions in mind here. Come on, back in front of me. No. Getting back into the ring. He's testing fate here and springboard it.
Oh, shit. Well, hey, we clipped him. He actually hit an outside dive, and then he missed again.
Cody Rhodes has to trust his instincts at this point. He's heading back to the ring.
Here we go. What? Ow! Damn it. Rope break. No. He's even more concrete than a cement mixer. You said it. Wait. No.
Sharp elbows to the body, looking to fight his way out.
Heel hook! There, I made you waste it. Let's go! Come on! 1, 2, no! No, come on!
He's stalking his opponent from the top turnbuckle.
One, two, and that's it! Holy shit! Let's do it! Yeah! This is awesome. Butch is greater than Cody Rhodes. He did. He won off the top ropes. He won off the top ropes, Chad. He did it. He did it, Chad. Finally. He can finally, at long last, call himself a world champion. He can finally call himself a world champion, chat. Took him so long, but he actually did it.
It's almost time for the 120 seconds minute
And
Cheetos
now-
break, my dudes.
And now, it's time. He's done it. Shining Wizard defeated Cody Rhodes to become the Undisputed WWE Universal World Heavyweight Champion, the superstar draped in gold, will be on Raw tonight. The superstar with all the gold will be on Raw tonight. Fun fact, Shining Wizard will tie Roman Reigns' record-setting Universal Championship reign at this year's WrestleMania. Oh boy, chat. Can he do it? Can he make history?
It's break
at
time.
WrestleMania.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw was on after this. God, chat. Honestly, that was pretty anticlimactic. But, you know what? It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. You know?
But you rescue her after a quick battle on a falling chandelier.
Sometimes it's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
I suspect Roman is coming back.
Yep, absolutely. That is absolutely 100% gonna happen once we come back from break, it looks like.
Who the heck is Booster? Who knows? The princess is a feisty gal. She even
is a feisty gal.
Mario is a prank. Don't mess with the princess. She doesn't like to play games. But we like to play this one.
Man.
Super Mario RPG is
I've been having fun with this chat. We actually did it. I kind of wish that was more hard fought. But with how we built Shining Wizard throughout this, that guy was gonna fall over with a breath, right? Are we gonna have to acknowledge the tribal chief if we do come back from break?
You will love this game. The only flaws are the poor hit detection outside of the battle screen.
We will have to maybe just acknowledge his presence.
Game in a week tops if you play a lot
but
every day. Nevertheless, you have to play this game. So rent it, have a ball playing it, beat it, and
as far as we're concerned,
Mario is back on top.
Shining Wizard's arc is complete.
Grab a pen or pencil, quick. It's Super Mario RPG.
Okay,
you
fuck.
have to play 3 different songs at 3 different
Then
times.
have those finger emotes ready, chat. Have the kid named finger emotes ready.
The last song is the hardest to play. The notes are La Ti Do, Re So, Do Re Mi. I hope you're writing this down.
I'll be writing it down, chat.
It's
right there.
Shown here to see where the notes go. Again,
keep it with
the
you.
The notes are La Ti Do, Re So, Do Re Mi. We'll leave it up for the slow riders out there. Playing this tune will win you the Soprano card, which will allow you to buy the Caro Caro Colas at the drink bar.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Again, I'll be honest, chat, that was pretty anticlimactic. But again, it's not always about the destination, it's about the journey. And we had a hell of a journey, chat.
He almost broke his controller in half. The play control in this
Shining Wizard's story is complete.
This jump right here. He's still trying
you just locked the fuck in. I was like Shining Wizard. This was his moment. It was either this or basically retire, you know? Because if he can have a record-setting run like that and still not call himself a champion, then what the fuck is he even doing? You know? What the hell is he even doing at that point? But he did it. He did it. Shining Wizard brought more than just his best. He walked out the other side with both championships. So he finally did it. He finally feels like the champion that he should have been from the start. And he has an extra belt to boot. If you're Shining Wizard, you gotta feel pretty good about that. Unfortunately, it wasn't at WrestleMania. But listen, the Royal Rumble, the main event of the Royal Rumble, basically. If it wasn't gonna be a Rumble match, it was gonna be that, right? It had to have been that. By Jove, it's William Regal. Let's see what he has to say. Well, first, let's upgrade ourselves as much as we can, because I feel like we're about to be locked into another story sequence. And once we're in that, it's probably gonna be the end. The man's man. He's a man's man.
Good to see you, champion. Congratulations on your big win against Cody at the Rumble.
God.
Feels good to finally quiet the critics.
Indeed. And good to have you back here on Raw too. Although last time you visited, it ended with me sporting a black eye.
It was a heated moment and you got caught in the crossfire. Sorry about that.
Aww.
We good?
I've been in this business for 40 years. If I cut ties with everyone who's punched me in the face, I'd have no friends.
No.
I'm glad we can move past that and focus on what's next.
Don't you mean who's next? Since you're holding all the gold, you'll be facing the winner of last night's Royal Rumble match, Montez Ford.
I've been wanting to mix it up with him for years. WrestleMania is going to be huge when I tear the house down with Ford and tie Roman's record.
Ooh.
We're going to give the WWE Universe a preview of WrestleMania when you and Montez...
That is a good winner, isn't it?
Let's do this.
Actual dream match right there. Continue the story. God is good and so is winning the Royal Rumble. And tonight you're going to hear my plans for WrestleMania. Hint. There's one dude with both... Hint. There's one dude with both titles, so... Proud of you, Montez. Oh, there we go. That is a really good winner. These two would have a dream match, not gonna lie. Alright, we're gonna cut a promo. Hopefully he comes out in his mask. Would like him to. It looks like the belts are wearing him, chat. Now that's one of the most based images of all time. Feel free to screen cap.
The undisputed WWE Universal World Heavyweight Champion. That's quite a mouthful, champ.
Feel free to feel free to screenshot.
Champion from now on.
Well, hello there, Raw.
Fuck yeah.
It's
awesome,
damn cool
wholesome moment.
where I started.
Exactly.
But on a whole different level. Speaking of reaching a whole new level.
Chat, I've held two belts at the same time. It's fucking heavy. I don't know how he can hold a mic.
There's a man who's got a WrestleMania main event to cash in. A superstar who's ready to make the leap. Honestly, he reminds me a bit of myself from a few years back.
Giant Wizard's not old, chat, you're old.
So let me introduce you to this year's winner of the Royal Rumble match, Montez Ford!
For some reason, I don't think that's going to be Montez. Oh, hey, okay. I didn't think that they would actually, like, go through with that.
It's a mutual respect.
When is Roman going to come out? Oh, yeah.
It's not the best time for technical difficulties.
It's Roman Reigns.
Yep, exactly.
Celebrate a single moment.
I'll get my title match, but not at WrestleMania. Ooh.
Look at you, peacocking around like you mean something. That title you took from Cody at the Rumble, they made it up because nobody could beat me. I am so tired of hearing people compare you to me. Are you so deluded that you really think I would let a pretender like you tie my record with the Universal title? Nah. Mm-mm. Come on. You shouldn't even be there.
Man.
Montez Ford. You're a young man with a bright future. And I'm sorry to say this, but you're not the guy I can count on to beat this clown at Mania.
Wow.
So there's been a change.
He genuinely will not get his title match at Mania this time.
See? What I did is I
Hashtag we want Montez.
took my Hollywood money, flew in my private jet out to the woods of Minnesota, and I hired myself a hunter who knows a little something about ending streaks at Mania.
I'm sorry? Oh, no.
Hope it was fun while it lasted.
No.
The Beast is back.
We haven't seen him all game. Not once. Wow, Montez is not backing down. Oh, yeah, exactly. Holy fuck! That was sick! Holy shit! That was the sickest F5 I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry? No, not the blood. Wait, Jey Uso? Jey Uso, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
Stereo super kicks right to the GM's jaw. No, they have to.
This feels incorrect, right? No! He's gonna have to call on the Shining Wizard fan club once again, chat. There's no way he can beat these odds.
Bloodline and Brock are working together to break the undisputed champion.
No! My heart will go on.
And the champ can't do a damn thing about it.
Wow. That's it. With the Dark Horse approaching his... Hold on. Let's take a picture. With the Dark Horse approaching his record,
refreshing sip of water.
Roman Reigns will do whatever it takes to stop him, including reforming a new and even more powerful version of the Bloodline. Will the current Undisputed Champion survive Roman's wrath? Or will Roman stop history in its tracks, preserving his place at the head of the WWE table? Well, like I said, chat, we are in this for the long haul. We may be 4 hours in, but we are finishing this tonight. Because next week I would like to take a break. I would like to take a week off. Hey there, Catman. How you doing? Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We have been... Listen, I know that you shouldn't be checking, like, viewership numbers, because that's a good way to get, brain gremlins, but the brain gremlins are not here tonight, chat. We have been consistently over, like, double digits this whole fucking time, basically. Ever since, like, you know, the end of hour 1, probably. And I need to say, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate all of you being here. I appreciate all of you being here. You know, I'm gonna take the huh down because it doesn't feel fitting for this. I appreciate all you being here and just kind of, you know, indulging in my little story with me. This right here is genuinely what makes streaming fun for me. Inserting a little bit of myself into these games. When, like, all you could really... When, like, you could very, very, very easily just let the game play out, right? I love creating characters, I love creating scenarios, I love creating worlds. Right? And I'm glad that you guys enjoy it too. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Again, if you've not followed yet, I would appreciate it. If we get to 1,000 by my birthday, October 2nd, we will be playing Wrestling Empire.
Spare serotonin, please.
Thank you. It gets so parasocial when you do this. But we love you, Steph. I love you guys too. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate you just being here having fun with me, whether you're, you know, just watching for the first time, whether you're a long timer, whether you're subbed or not, whether you're even following or not. I appreciate it. Let's wrap this shit up. Real big style.
Isn't this great? Roman's brilliant plan put Regal in the hospital. So there's no debate now. Who's the best GM in WWE? It's me!
He's like a 52-year-old man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You are the picture of class, Miz. I have exactly zero patience for you or any of this. I want the bloodline.
Holy shit.
Now.
He is going up the tree.
I am generally not in the give the Dark Horse what he wants business.
Miz isn't much younger. He's like early 40s, right?
I cannot wait to see Brock and the Bloodline break you and your big dreams of beating Roman's record at Mania.
You're gonna be disappointed.
You don't even sound
Newsflash.
But whatever. You want to get the hell kicked out of you on the way to Mania? Who am I to stop the fun?
Well, listen. Shining Wizard is confident. The confidence is no longer an issue. He got that when he defeated Cody Rhodes. Who can stop the path of the wizard? Who can stop the Magic Man? Not a single person. Wait, Sammy?
Hey, I hear you're going after the Bloodline after what they did to you and Regal.
I am. They're gonna get what's coming to them.
That beard on Sammy this year is immaculate.
Nobody knows the Bloodline better than I do.
I know your story, Sammy.
You don't. You only know what you saw on TV. Let me help you take them down.
Sammy, I appreciate that. I do. But this is something I have to do on my own.
Montez better be involved in this. I need Cody to be involved in this too. We may be rivals, but him and Shiny Wizard are intertwined in this game. They are not themselves. You can't have one without the other. You know? Their careers are inextricably intertwined.
Look, I tried to take out the Bloodline alone and it didn't work. You need backup.
That's true. And apparently, the Shiny Wizard fan club's phone is out of service. So you can't call on the fan club for help this time.
I owe my career to Regal. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for him having faith in me when nobody else did. And then the Bloodline tore him apart while I did nothing. Nothing.
I hear you, but I'm telling you, you're making a mistake trying to do this alone. We haven't even talked about the fact that they have Brock Lesnar now.
Oh my god. The Wizard gains support from another former masked wrestler. I don't know who you're talking about. Generico is a totally different person. He runs an orphanage. This is Sami Zayn.
I don't have time for any of this. I'm done talking. I'm taking down the Bloodline. Now.
Exactly.
Well, I tried. Good luck, champ. You're gonna need it.
Lay the smack down on his candy ass. We'll try. But Shiny Wizard's walking into a trap. Not even the Styles Serum can help him here, chat. He's absolutely getting fucked up. He's about to get torn to shreds by the Bloodline. It's time for the Bloodline to start looking over their shoulders for a change. It's time for the Bloodline to start looking over their shoulders for a change. The Styles Serum, LMAO. Well, listen, that's what he took. Do you see him? Look at him and then AJ Styles and tell me that they're not posting the same thing.
With the Bloodline,
And now he's about to get absolutely leveled.
confidence in Solo Sikoa. It's the undisputed champ. He's taking a big risk,
Yep.
if you ask me.
Here we go.
This is our undisputed champion attacking Solo in the parking lot. What has the
Take-
Bloodline been up to for the past few years? This is a small taste of medicine. Better finish what he started here, because what you don't want is an angry Solo Sikoa coming after you. What a headbutt. Vicious. Oh,
No!
what a counter.
Fine. You know what? Here it is.
Shovel wrapped around the head. Oh, man. Beating down with a shovel, straight pummeling them with it.
Come on.
Big kick. And he barely evades.
Come on. Yeah, exactly. Come on, dude. There you go. Nice. Alright, we gotta fight Sikoa over to the red car. The red car? This one right here? Fine, you know what? I'm really shocked they pushed the Bloodline to a third-round pick in the draft just because Roman wasn't in it. That really shows you how far their stock is fucking dropping. Even though I don't think that's very fair. I mean, like, the Bloodline doesn't work with without, like, everyone involved, you know? It isn't good just because of Roman. It's fucking good because of everyone that's in it. You know? You cannot have the Bloodline without, like, everyone else that's involved. You just can't. Alright, we need to fight him over to the car. Like this car right here.
Disrupts the attack with an elbow to the gut.
Sharp elbows to the body, looking to fight his way.
This one right here. Yes. This red car?
Knockout punch.
Huh? Agreed. So agreed. Solo rules, and I hope this turns into a major push for him. You can only hope. Because I think that he's pretty based. Holy shit, he's like running like Pepsi Man. Dude, he's like running like Pepsi Man, chat. Pepsi Man. Wizard, where are you going? We're going to the car.
Gets him with the
We're going to the match objective. Oh, that red car. Shining Wizard got sponsored by Pepsi. That's the fucked up timeline.
You attack one member of the bloodline, you attack them all. This could be a repeat of what happened when they reunited.
Yeah, exactly.
Solo with the spike.
You think that you can do this without help, Shining Wizard? I think you're in for a rude awakening. Exactly.
Might be joining Regal and Montez Ford on the IR when this is over. What is Jey Uso directing them to do?
What the hell are you doing back here anyway, Jey Uso?
It looks like the champ's about to go.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. Look at this.
No, not this.
Clipped his wings.
This guy isn't even going to make it to Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania.
For the second
Clipped his wings.
newly reformed bloodline has left our undisputed champion lying.
Yep. Exactly. No, Shining Wizard. He should have been paying it. Dude, he was on SmackDown for so long. He should have been paying attention to what was happening. He should have been paying attention. I'm not gonna... I hate to be that guy, but he should have. Breaking. After sustaining injuries due to the Bloodline's brutal parking lot. Parking lot attack. Shining Wizard has been released from a local medical facility. I love what my family did to the Dark Horse. How'd your trip to the glue factory go, Shining Wizard? Jesus Christ, Roman. Yeah! Roman's out for blood. Cancel this, man. Okay, but can he get me like a Sprite sponsorship first, though? I would like that.
That didn't turn out so well.
Yeah, it didn't, did it?
Yeah, maybe you were right.
He is right. Take the help.
There is no taking the bloodline out one at a time. There's only taking them all out in a single blow with even numbers.
The Usos have a match tonight. I should strike afterwards when they least expect it. Or should I say, we? You win?
No horse discrimination allowed. Well, Roman doesn't give a fuck, you know? He'll do all of the discriminating that he wants.
Yep, but knowing how they operate, we're gonna need one more guy. You got someone in mind?
I do.
Chad, who we bringing? Who we bringing? Are we bringing Dirty Dom? Are we bringing Finn Balor? I don't think we're not bringing Kevin Owens. We're not bringing Kevin Owens, even though it would be really cool to see Kevin and Sammy. The huge Dom push. Dom. Okay, Dominic Mysterio it is. Every single chance we get, we're pushing him.
Let's do this.
Dominic Mysterio, let's go. Give my Dom a chance. Here he comes, chat. Hey, at Roman Reigns. How's the weather out there in LA? Are you stoked for your cousin's match tonight? Definitely check it out. It's gonna be a barn burner. Let's see. Ooh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, chat? What are we gonna do? Is Dirty Dom gonna square up with Solo Sikoa?
Dom, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Here we go. We're gonna take them all out in one go. Shining gonna get oozy. We are, though.
At least for now.
All right, Dom, where are you? We need your help right now. He's running late. He's running late. This is like right after his wedding, chat. This is like right after the wedding. He was too busy soaking in the calls that he didn't, rather like he was too busy soaking in the booze that like he didn't like hear his like phone go off. We've been like blowing up his phone, being like, Dom, where the heck are you, dude? We need you. We need you here now.
Actions speak louder than words, Cole. The champ is speaking loudly by taking the bloodline head on like this. Here it comes.
Come on. Let's go. Right, I got an Irish whip Jimmy Uso into the corner. No. Nope. Nope. Get in there.
There he goes, right into the corner. This isn't a match. It's just a fight.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you gotta do. You gotta do it. No way! Dom's gonna square up to Solo! I do. You pronounce the husband and wife. You may kiss the Dom. You gotta kick the bloodline. Let's go! Dom squaring up.
And there goes Jimmy.
Dom squaring up, chat.
He got knocked right out of the ring.
Hell yeah.
Like they won some kind of fair fight. As soon as the sides were even, the bloodline ran for the hills.
Yeah, exactly. Dom Wayne to destroy Brock. Don't worry, he never let anyone down. And Dom came in clutch when we needed him to. He came in with the wedding ring. He was ready. He fucking ran in to save his homies. And then he got some head in the back. Shining Wizard must think he's pretty smart. Sami Zayn, the only other... Sami Zayn and the only other ally that the Dark Horse could possibly find are going to regret it for the rest of their life. And all that's going to be left at Mania are bones for the beast to pick. Don't let me down, my family. Dom and Shining Wizard for tag champs. My boy Dom backing up his bros like in the prison yard. He was ready. He fucking knew. He fucking knew what was going on. You know?
You must be feeling pretty good about yourself after outsmarting the bloodline. Well, you get to keep riding that high because I have some good news for you.
He was there for his bros very, very, very quickly after being there for his babe. You know? Y'all boo Dom, but how about now? Exactly. Listen. Dominic Mysterio's our ride or die. You know? Every single time we needed help, he was there. Whether it be Kane, War Games, the Bloodline, he is always there. Never fly without your Dominic.
That would be a first.
Miz has made a match. You and your two self-destructive brothers-in-arms are going to take on the Bloodline in a no disqualification 6-man tornado tag match.
Oh boy.
Oh, you managed to get that out without looking at the note on your hand. Good job, Troy. We accept.
Here we go, chat. Oh no, they're gonna kill Dom, aren't they? Oh, I don't... Listen, they might. They might, actually. Because Dom is, like, easily, like, the weakest guy in this match. He's, like, level 83, I think. I admire your fortitude in taking this fight to the Bloodline. But are you so close... Sorry, but, you are so close to matching Reigns' record and stepping out of his shadow once and for all. Walking into WrestleMania injured. Or not walking in at all. Would throw it all away. I appreciate you, but I know what I'm doing. You focus on getting healthy. I want you at Mania to see me make history. Chat! Yes. 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 I love them. I love these two so much. Shining armor and shining armor and Willie Reegs are fucking incredible. All right, chat. How we doing this? I wish Regal was my dad. The bloodline. Didn't know that they created like a custom thing. Boo! Screw these two. Why? Why is Jimmy Uso leading the charge, chat? Why the hell is Jay a third wheel? Jimmy Uso is the new leader of the Bloodline. This right here is the fucked up future. This is like where Solo like doesn't betray the Bloodline, and it's actually like Jimmy Uso that takes up the reins. Jimmy the weakest link? No. This right here is the future, and where apparently Jay Uso isn't main event material, but actually like Jimmy Uso. Like, look at this. This makes no sense. This makes no sense, chat. Here we go. They gotta load up all of the greatness here. What the hell? What kind of a faction theme is this? Huh? They gotta load it, chat. They gotta load all of this. Shining Wizard is like a child. Let's go! Walking down with the squad.
The WWE Universal Champion must be one heck of a recruiter. Look at the team he's assembled for this one.
Yeah, I know.
Made the right choices because falling short against the Bloodline won't just be a loss. It'll be.
We will not boo Dom right now. Exactly. He is our ex-con babyface here. The time in jail rehabilitated him. Dom is our Poppy. We fucking look like Dominic's son, chat. This is weird. We look like Dominic Mysterio's son here. This is really strange. All right, chat. Here we go. Now, we need the proper music, don't we? We need the proper music. Let's go with... Let's see here. I think we gotta do Skyrim again. And Sammy is our nephew, our Uzi nephew.
Reform Bloodline in a 6-man tag.
Immediately I take out the ref. I didn't mean to, chat. I swear. Alright, immediately we're going for the heavy artillery.
Then we'll see who truly comes out on top.
Oh, Dom. You gotta be here, dude. No! Dom! Holy shit. This is actually going to be just insane. We need to get one of them to the outside. I'm going to isolate Solo. Here. No! Okay, you know what, Jay? I think I'm gonna isolate you, actually. We're gonna punch above our weight class here.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute
Is it really?
break, my dudes.
Unfortunately, it is, chat. Let's just fucking do it right now. Whatever. Let's just do it now.
It's break
Get out the way.
time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. Boom, boom.
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up and spits you
Yes,
out.
the best one.
Like any Doom game, Final
We are
Doom is
quasi
invincible,
Uzi. That's the name of our faction.
impossible, impenetrable. We're going to try to be
Clothesline
clever for the
ref,
rest of this review.
LMAO.
Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying. Final Doom is just
Thoughts
more
on
of the
Nia
same
Jax
old
getting
Doom
drafted to
shoot 'em up
SmackDown?
action
I'm
that has
ambivalent.
spawned countless clones in the video game
I'm
industry.
ambivalent.
The same Doom enemies that inhabited all the
Honestly,
other Doom
the
games
draft
of
this year
Doom
feels a little
series are
milquetoast.
also in this Doom game.
It just kind of feels like
We're sick of
every
all these
single
Doom bloody
draft
games
pick has
with more
been,
Doom
yeah, we like
gunshots
things the
in
way
1
they
minute
are
than we
mostly,
would
so we're just going
otherwise
to keep
hear
it
in a
that way.
lifetime. We're sick of all the
Nothing
Doom
too
groans
exciting.
of the dead demons and the people you must shoot in the game. Doom it. These games make you Doom crazy, especially since they're so Doom hard.
I have
Normally, challenge is good,
no
but not in
opinion.
this Doom
I'm
game.
surprised that she got
Hardcore
drafted to the
Doomers
blue
will be
brand.
in
I'm
Doom
surprised that
Nirvana.
she's in
The game is
WWE.
actually 3 games in 1. Master levels from the internet, Plutonia, and TNT. All are
Although I guess
extremely
without
difficult.
her,
Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that gives you all
Nia's
of the
very
game's
overhated.
weapons.
She's been
But
working
even
well
with
since
that
she
little
got
gem,
back. Has
you will
she?
fail miserably. Don't worry.
Has she been doing
we're
good?
not going to doom Williams, but let's just say it's time to put this series to rest. Of course, we may
If
end
she
up beating
is, then
Crow
cool.
once Doom 64 comes out, and I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance. If you think that all these Dooms are bad, wait till
Although I'm
you
gonna be
find out
perfectly
what
honest, and
BFG
you know,
stands for.
I'm probably gonna be a
The
party
BFG
pooper saying this,
9000
right?
is the biggest gun in the game.
But like,
If Williams sees this segment, they will either A. laugh
but when
at
I
all
was
the
younger, the
Doom
draft was a lot more
B,
exciting to me.
put us on their to-doom list.
These days,
C,
I'm not so
doom
sure,
us to Hades,
especially with how
or
much
D,
Raw and SmackDown
not do
intermingle
one
with each
Doom
other.
thing.
I'm just like, you know, whatever happens, cool. On Carmelo Hayes getting drafted in the first round,
Oh,
obvious
excuse
pick.
back, my dudes.
I'm happy for him, but you know, that's obvious. Hey, welcome back to Raw. But that doesn't mean it's bad. I'm just saying it's obvious. I'm also a diehard Corbin woman, so like I'm sure my opinions matters a little less. And listen, it's okay to be wrong sometimes. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. Not everyone can be right all the time. First time an NXT star has been drafted in the first round. I don't know. Just like, I don't share the excitement. I'm sorry. I don't share it. If there are big moves, cool. If not, cool. Oh! Okay, now we're gonna isolate him. Now we're gonna isolate him. It's time to do the deed. No! Dom, I pulled you from your wedding to come here. You better fucking... you better show out, brother. I recruited you even though you had a wedding. You better fucking win it. We're gonna save us a bare minimum. You have to be able to put on a good match, and she can't. That is a very good point. Aside from the bare minimum, can she deliver? And, you know, I don't watch enough of WWE on a week-by-week basis to really make that kind of call. Hey! Could someone, like, come out here, please? Ow! I'm getting, like, isolated out here. Can someone help me? Yeah, like... You know, Carmelo Hayes, like, getting drafted over to the main roster, it was time, you know? I don't think there was anything more he could have done on NXT. So yeah. Move on to greener pastures. I expect Dragunov to be kind of the same, you know? In where, like, you know, he's kind of done, like, everything that he can on, on NXT. So, you know. I think she's done well as a scary beast recently, and I say recently specifically. I do think her past stuff does show that she had a lot of work to do. Well, you know what? If she has improved to such a degree that, you know... No! Oh, shit. Jimmy couldn't figure out what to do with me. He was simply in awe at Shining Wizard. Also, I enjoy the 4 redheads in the front row here. I didn't realize you could have that many in one group like that. All right, we need to like make sure that we're not getting in each other's way, because if we if we try to get into each other's way, that's gonna be bad news for everyone. Nice. All right, now we're gonna get in here. Jimmy yeeted in the wrong direction, LMAO. And that's why. Oh, he took out Solo. Oh shit. Ow. Come on, count it. 1. Oh no, not even a 1 count. I really wish you could have like the chopping mini game in this, in like a 6-man match. As a half ginger, I agree. You can't have that many redheads in a small area at one time. You're threatening to create a black hole. As as a half ginger, I agree. Dom, win it! Come on! Nice. And then you add Sammy? Exactly. It does. like that isn't a black hole. That's like a reverse Big Bang. You know? Like all of creation just like completely just, you know, like obliterates and closes in on itself at that point. Nice! Yakuza kick! No, I need to get in there and I need to get like one of these guys away from the ring. No, spear! No. No, not even a 1 count! Not even a 1 count, chat. Incredible work. 1, 2. Hey, Yumi with the Long Boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Thank you very much for bringing your lovely community on over here. Yumi, for those of you who are unaware, my name's Giraffe Stev. I am getting the shit kicked out of me right now, but when I'm not, I'm the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, Dominic Mysterio is coming in clutch for the save as he's one to do. Let's go. Oh, Dom, let's go. Dom! Dominic Mysterio! Holy shit! Hi, Henry. Hi, Henry.
Hello, Mario.
Holy shit. I'm gonna raid and run. Hey, it's okay, it's okay. Absolutely fine. If you if you need to raid and run, it is absolutely okay. I'm very thankful that you would bring your community over here. Holy shit! Malfunction at the junction. We're gonna tap out Solo. Yeah, we tapped him out! Holy shit! We did it! We did it. You're swinging at air with the chair. Dom had the pin, no! The double win. Exactly. A statement to the bloodline. Dominic had him down for the 3 count. And we tapped out Solo Sikoa. You can- Oh no, Sammy!
Hello, Mario.
Giraffe! Nina, hello! But no, mods, can I please get a shout out for Yumi? Please. No way. No! No, no, no! Face first! No! Yes, chat, or rather mods, can I please get a shout out for Yumi? I would appreciate that. Wow.
Roman's record is secure. All hail our next undisputed champion, Brock Lesnar.
This is the messed up timeline. I hate that. Messed up timeline. That's fucked. That is fucked up. I do not like that. Thank you for shouting out Yumi. Appreciate it. My family let me down. Again. But I don't need them. I can't wait to kick back in my trailer on the set of my new movie and watch the beast Brock Lesnar devour whatever's left of that horse meat. I warned you, Shining Wizard. Now the receipt is on the way. I had to look up how to do it. Well, thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. This isn't realistic because the champion is not black. Please tell me you get the joke. I feel like I do, but I need you to explain it. Night 1 of WrestleMania is upon us. 24 hours before Shining Wizard would tie Roman Reigns' record-setting WWE Universal Championship run. The Dark Horse defends his championships against Brock Lesnar in tonight's main event. High levels of horse discrimination. Exactly. Brock has been every single black WWE champ. Has he? That is actually dismal. That's dismal. No.
Walking wounded have arrived. I'm honestly surprised you made it after what Brock did to you and your friends last week.
Rock, Lashley, Big E, and Kofi. So we say every time a black wrestler wins, let's pray to God Brock doesn't come out. LMAO. Oh no. I hate that. That's actually... Now that's dismal. I don't like that.
3+ years, Miz. I'd think you would have learned about doubting me by now.
Tonight, those doubts finally come true. I tried to warn you years ago that this would end in tears.
All right, chat. I have a music proposition for you. Okay? Any weebs? Need you. Okay? I need you here, okay?
That you would come this close in getting out of Roman's shadow and failed at the finish line is going to eat you up for the rest of your life.
You know the definition of insanity, right? Repeating the same action again and again, expecting different results.
So what?
So that's you underestimating me and having it blow up in your face every time.
Not this time. Not against Brock Lesnar.
I'm gonna paint you a picture. I keep my titles tonight, tying Roman's Universal record. Then tomorrow, I watch Night 2 of Mania with my feet up in a skybox as the clock strikes midnight, and I beat Roman's record.
Let's do it.
No!
Yes, Miz. Yes. Then...
Daddy, yes!
You are going to have the honor of introducing me as the longest reigning Universal Champion in WWE history.
Fuck yeah.
I guarantee you, that will not happen.
Yep, Night 2 is Roman. Shining Wizard will be the workhorse. Working both nights of WrestleMania. This is basically Cody's story here. Rather, this is like basically, you know, just Cody here. Actually, I don't think we're going to do that just yet. In another context, Shining Wizard cut a hell of a heel promo. He did, didn't he? But listen, he's way too babyface. My surgeons are cross with me. Surgeons? What happened? Aljamir134, thank you for following. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. I appreciate it, my friend. Hopefully you're having fun tonight. Hopefully you're having a good time. And by the way, if you've not done so already, I would appreciate a follow. If you have not done so already. If we can get to 1,000 followers by my birthday on October 2nd, then we will play Wrestling Empire. the origin story of Gira, if you will. Surgeons, what happened? My god, doctors. In Britain, we call doctors surgeons. Another time. The point is, I've ignored their advice, and I'm coming to WrestleMania. I want to see you face Brock in person. Can't say I support this decision, but I appreciate the vote of confidence. I have faith in you, champ. Dad believes in us. Dad believes in us, chat. We gotta do it for him. If not for us, then for him. Let's do it. Live in Chicago. It is time for your main event of WrestleMania. Do it for Daddy Reegs. We're gonna do it. The homunculus believes in Father. And just like last time, we're gonna just let things play out here, okay? But no, I have a proposition for the music, chat.
The Hunter and Streak Buster is here.
What is this god-awful WrestleMania color scheme? I think it's fine. I plan to do a 24-hour stream for my birthday, but I collapsed at 18 hours and 20 minutes. It's 8:20 a.m. here. I wish you all a good night. Absolutely. You have a good night, Yumi. And you know what? You can always make good on the 24 hours by finishing up another 5:40 at some other point. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Sleep well. And thank you for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. Again, any raiders that have not followed yet, I would appreciate it if you've done so, especially if you like wrestling stuff. The Yes Movement 2.0. You know it. And much like Bryan Danielson, Shining Wizard is a man that you wouldn't expect at the top. But here he is anyways. Facing a man that's not even playable in Brock Lesnar. I don't think you can play as him in the game, chat. Rather, like, his code is in the game. D-Bry was champ for 3 years. You can't even be a champ for 3 months.
The undisputed champion is here at WrestleMania.
Go to CC. CC. Here we go. There he is, chat. At WrestleMania. He finishes everything. Go to character creator. What now? Go to community created. What? And before 2K updates the game and puts Brock in as a playable character.
If he's feeling extra pressure, the undisputed champion is certainly not.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Ruby. How you doing?
I bet his insides are more like a flock of nervous pigeons trying to find their way out of a paper bag.
That's one way to describe facing Brock Lesnar.
I'm sick today. Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm not sure Stev wants Brock. I do not want Brock, no. I'm not chomping at the bit to play as Brock Lesnar, believe me. I'm okay with things as they are. Yeah, chat. Persona fans, I think that you're gonna want what I'm about to give you. Okay? We'll still give serotonin when I can. We'll save some for yourself.
Hello, Mario.
It seems like you could probably use it. What about Roman? What about him? What about Roman? What about him?
Introducing the challenger from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Hey there, Devin. What's up? Welcome to tonight's Slum Boy Club meeting. We're still going, almost 5 hours in, because I want to finish this game tonight so I can take a break. Roman, more like no man. Oh, you got him. He can never recover from something like that, chat. He can never recover He's over there sitting in the skybox. Exactly. He's sitting there wishing he could be as good as Shining Wizard is right now. They could be as secure as Shining Wizard is right now because he no longer is coming in with insecurity. He knows he's a world champion. In fact, you could say that he's had his awakening. Let's do it. We are Persona 5 maxing. Hold on. There we go. You still accepting song suggestions? I am, yes. His equinicity. What now? Wizard is secure in his mask, actually whatever genericity that he identifies with. His fucking equinicity is actually like cracked. That's good. But no, I recommend Persona 5. It is very, very, very good. Ooh, nice! DM you the song or put it in stream music. You can DM me the song. Or even just at me in the Discord server. By the way, I got a Discord server. You should join it. It's only been announced in chat like probably 50 times ever since we started stream. Even at WrestleMania, he botches it, dude. Come on. That's our botch king. You can always count on Shining Wizard for one thing, and that's fucking up his dives. Even though he's supposed to be like this acrobatic wonder, he can't hit his shit. He's like a good old Juventud. Chat. Here, let's try it again. Ow! Juventud. Aye, Wizard. WrestleMania, and you still land on your ass. Come on. Champ for 3 years, by the way. Okay, well, how about this? Come on! He can't do shit, dude. Oh no, the ankle lock! Holy shit. The Eddie Guerrero taunt in my heart. Oh! Yeah, that's the fun thing about this chat. Brock Lesnar's just gonna just flip Shining Wizard around like a pancake this whole match. 1,000 plus days. Let's do it. We're gonna go for the record. Come on. Hit me with your best shot. Brock Lesnar. Woo! Come on. Come on, covering. Are you kidding me? Rope break. Damn it. Bork Laser looks fucking gigantic here. If Logan Paul is a 90, I imagine Brock is like 97, 98. He probably is, yeah. Come on. Yeah, let's go! Holy shit! On the outside. No. We're going to the outside, Brock. You and I, we're going for a ride. This is a move we haven't hit in a while, Chad. I don't even think we've like hit it successfully. But we're gonna do it here. Come on. What the fuck? Huh? No. No shot. Did I glitch? What? No! Chad, I'm gonna lose! I'm gonna lose! Get out of the way! Get out of the way, dude! There's no way! Brock, I need you! Help me! Help me, Brock! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Game, stop kicking Stev's ass. Look at this. We're just pulling punches. Please, help me. Help me, Brock. Help me. This really is Shining Wizard's magic at work. This here's the equestrian magic at work. Look at this. Double count out, glitch-a-mania. Look at that! Acting like he just did something. And not that the boundaries of reality just broke in front of us. Look at that! You won nothing! You did nothing there! Look at him acting like he did something. My man literally no-clipped. What the hell was that? Brock, you can't win the title like that. This is like Yokozuna getting counted out by Lex Luger at SummerSlam. And you just have the entirety of the heel roster coming out to celebrate with fucking Brock Lesnar. You got like the Miz trying to lift him up and he blows out his lower back trying to do it. Well, technically the title didn't change hands by a count out, so Brock didn't win shit. He didn't do anything. He's like sitting there acting like he did something, but he didn't do anything. Fine. We're starting out with what everyone wants to see. The exchanging blows. Boo. Yeah. Boo. Yeah. Come on! Count it, ref. 1. No, not even a 1. Shiny Wizard's magic at work, chat. That was incredible. I didn't even do any combos on him yet. I didn't do the thing I'm supposed to do. Just being like, you gotta sell my suplexes, brother. No, I'm trying to combo. Gear. Shining Wizard. No selling the offense from the beast. The rest, like, somebody get me a martini. Really is. Come on, Brock. No. Come on, we haven't gone all night.
It's time for a 150 seconds
Is it really?
Cheetos break.
Unfortunately, it almost is, chat. I'm sorry to say, but it almost is. The TTS is breaking. Hold on.
It's break time. Where the hell are Cheetos, my dudes?
Well, first we gotta watch another ad. I'm sorry. Of course. Crunchy or Puffs? In terms of what, cereal?
It seems as though the battle between the Nintendo 64
yeah, the buddy was a bit crunchy. Oh.
Choices between Super Mario 64 and Resident Evil.
Crunchy Puffs.
These games are the beachhead of their respective
okay,
systems.
so.
But which is better? Well, let's go through this point by point.
I gotta say.
Mario has camera motion during gameplay.
If I had to pick one or the other,
hands-off cinema scenes. Evil has real
I'd probably do the Puffs.
But Mario and his friends are mute.
Actually, no. I would do the Crunchy.
Puzzles to win the game, but Evil has
I would do the Crunchy.
Actually, you won't solve tons of them.
I enjoy Crunchy a little more than I do the Puffs.
So what's the bottom line?
If chips are airy, it's a little awkward for me, you know?
It's more visual and immersive.
It just feels a little weird.
However,
don't like it.
No Nintendo 64 game.
Do not like it very much at all.
That's a big mistake, and we hope that changes. It's not just the graphics.
Flamin' Hot is...
The Nintendo 64 is still very young, though.
Listen, Flamin' Hot is what the homunculus eats.
Didn't start off with Donkey Kong
I don't think me and the homunculus really,
tomorrow from the N64 today. We still have to wait for the 64
really,
DD, as it's called.
Crossover.
This disc drive add-on will
in
be
terms
used in the
of
N64 games of the future. All this talk makes us wonder, what's going on with Sega?
In terms of like
soundbite from Sega president Tom Kalinske.
Food and
Our
diets.
technology comes from the arcade world. You can't take arcade games, advanced computer
well, you know what I'm gonna be
graphics in the
playing.
arcade world, and run them on the most advanced PC today. But you can run them on Saturn. Saturn is more advanced than either PlayStation or Nintendo 64. It has 3 32-bit processors in it.
Well,
and no one can develop for it because of that.
True, then why aren't you on top? You make a game like Mario 64, and then we'll talk. Until then, we rest our case.
And they would never make a game like Mario 64. They almost did. But then people almost died while working on it.
Nom nom. Excuse me, we're back, my dude.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Okay. Chat. I raise you this. I raise you this, okay? Because our old friend Ruby sent us some quality music to play. Yeah, the homunculus sounds a bit off, does he? This ain't what I suggested. No. We will get to it like in the Roman match, okay? After this, we will do your suggestion. I'm trying to fucking taunt. There's no way that you're about to fly, Brock. No way. Okay. Why wouldn't you do your finisher? I don't know. Jeez. Oh, fuck. No! F5! One count! One count on the F5! Holy shit. I know what I do. I do what MJF did and throw a tequila. What now? Rock matches at Mania have to have a bunch of F5 kickouts. Okay, but that's The Undertaker. This isn't like fucking, you know, AJ Styles or Daniel Bryan. Rather, like, this is more like Styles and Bryan, you know? Are you kidding me? Come on. Super kick! Come on, pin him! He didn't even use his resiliency! Oh shit. No! We reverse it! Alright, Eddie taunts. Nice! All right, chat. Bucko Buster! Now, chat, we're gonna do the thing I wanted to do at Gunther's match, but we couldn't do it. It's time. Let's go! Remember that wall of muscle that could tear you limb for limb like a gorilla? The Avalanche Falcon Arrow! 1, 2, 3! Incredible. Let's go. He did it. He reversed 2 F5s. He kicked out of an F5. Reversed another.
Your serotonin, please.
You know what, Roman? I don't want to hear it. You've been doing this for 3 years now. Instead of, what is it you're doing? Celebrity guest host on some game show? Shilling your new NFT?
Ooh. What the fuck am I looking at? You're looking at greatness, my friend. Bruiser Bunny with the Lawn Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting.
Is the one that Rock brushes his
For life.
That boy in a wagon. Hello,
Mario.
And the only thing
I'm sure you got a lot to say, but it doesn't matter. When you want something done,
I am still a champion, yes.
You gotta do it yourself.
Yep.
Hello, Mario.
Get over here. We're done running. I'm done. Oh! The receipt has been received by Shining Wizard. Why isn't your character an elephant or something? Because I like giraffes. That's why. Hello, Sea Troll. Thank you for following. You're now a member of the Lawn Boy Club for life.
Hope you're not too busy tomorrow night, champ.
For
Because the landlord is back. And rent is due.
Well.
Hello, Mario.
Might as well kiss breaking Roman's record goodbye.
It's not gonna happen. We're stepping up to the plate, chat. Told you about Roman. Listen. Where exactly did I say that Roman coming back was not gonna happen? We were literally talking about that.
Focus now is on what happened after the Undisputed Champion defeated Brock Lesnar.
That's right,
Who's the Divas champ in this universe? Nobody, because the Divas championship is not a thing. That would be... I don't know.
The Dark Horse slayed the Beast.
Roman is the Divas champion.
Roman Reigns then issued a challenge for tonight.
And the Undisputed Champ accepted. For the first time in WrestleMania...
Can someone ban Ruthless Soda Pop, please?
Both nights.
In addition to Charlotte Flair's huge Women's World Championship defense against Gigi Dolan, the
Already did. Along with Ruthless Soda Pop.
Will be on the line.
Thank you.
The Undisputed Champ will defend against Roman Reigns, who stated that his only interest is taking back his Universal title.
At midnight tonight, whichever man wins will walk out the longest reigning...
We are not chilling.
Universal Champion.
Someone ban Ruthless Soda Pop.
Get ready for history to be made on night 2 of WrestleMania.
Fuck you. We are not chilling. You will not come in here and say, and call me, you know, a derogatory word against autistic people. I am autistic. My friends are autistic. All of them are, basically. We don't fly with that. You will come in here and you will be fucking respectful. Otherwise, I will show you the door, and I will be very, very, very quick about doing it. Get out of here. Fucking piece of shit. I gifted Shining Wizard the WWE Universal title. I did not even see what they had to say. I'm sorry that happened, though. I'm pissed now. Now I gotta beat the shit out. Listen, it's fine. We dealt with it. I called them a piece of shit, because they are. Let's move on. And now I'm going to get it back. I don't need a bloodline. I don't need a beast. I am going to take my title, and whoever... and whatever dignity this imposter has left home with me tonight. Beat Roman. Win for us. Yep, we're gonna do it. We got it taken care of. Don't worry, Doom. Yep. And that is why Soul and Ms. Ashley are based as hell. That's why we got them here. Get blocked, you fucking loser. Anyways. There's Dad. Here he is to help us.
You made it. I told you.
And he's in his shirt.
Wouldn't miss this for the world. How are you feeling? You ready?
You know, I've been getting the hell beat out of me for days. My ribs ache so bad it hurts to breathe, and knowing Miz, I'm sure I'll have something up his sleeve.
Typical Sunday night, then.
You are the new tribal chief.
For
life. Here's a gift. Gift for what?
No.
You're a champion. Twice over.
Yep.
You've more than fulfilled your potential. So I'll save the pretty words for the next kid coming up.
Thanks, Regal. For everything.
I acknowledge you, my tribal chief. I ain't no tribal chief. I am the fucking Grand Wizard. Shining Wizard is the Grand Wizard. Call me the Ungulate Emperor. Call me the Ungulate Emperor, chat. You started walking with your left foot, and look at you now. You're walking with your right foot. Oh yeah. Don't call me Grand Wizard. Call me Great Wizard. Great Wizard. Great Wizard, chat. Great Wizard. Thank you, Soul. Don't use the other one. The two-toed ungulate emperor. I acknowledge you, my great wizard. Just saying you are a good being mainly, you beautiful wizard. I swear by ungulate emperor. We like alliteration over here in the Long Boy Club. Love the vibe. Well, I love you being here. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you to the new followers. Y'all are members of the Long Boy Club for life. Me too, so far. Love you, Stev. Guys. Ah! Stop. Stop. Y'all are too much. Y'all are way too much.
4.
Wild Fox 1, thanks for following. You are now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Let's see what this music is. This is called Never Lose Myself. This was requested by... I'm not a giraffe, but is a tall zebra acceptable? Absolutely. Welcome on in. Mr. Redline, hello. We have a good save time here, exactly. Which makes me think I need to fucking... get more mods on the Discord server too. Because especially with more people watching, it makes spaces like mine a bit more of a target. So like we need to get not only more mods, but we also need to like educate on how like chatbot works. Because, you know, if like something happens, we need to be able to guard against it. And I know how to guard against it myself. But if I'm not there, I need someone to be there.
Nothing beats a
cool, refreshing sip of Make sure to have something else ready after the song. It's only like 3 minutes long. We loop that shit, brother. We loop it. I'm a raven. I can just fly up to look at y'all. Okay, but can you fly 50 feet?
You look like a man who walked out of a bar fight and into a prison riot.
I can't help you there much. I keep forgetting to log into my VTuber Discord. Hey, it's fine. Don't worry. I'm not asking you specifically. But... I do need to, like, you know, start approaching a few more people and be like, hey, do you want to mod the Discord server? You can fly 50 feet and I can drop 50 things on your head.
Stampede!
What the fuck is happening? Mercury Wolfo, you're just in time. Thank you very much for bringing your lovely community on over here. For those of you who are unaware, my name is Giraffe Estev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are finishing up WWE 2K24's Undisputed MyRise mode. We've been having a fantastic time throughout all of this. Thank you for the shout out for Mercury Wolfo. Go follow them. Go follow them. What were you playing? Finn. Hello from the Mercurators. I love that. I love that. That's so cute. Fellow wrestling fan. Yes. 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 You've come to the right place. You've come to the right place. Mercury's Raiders. If you're a fan of wrestling, you'll fucking love it here. Wrestling's my bag. Wrestling is my main bag. And and throughout all this, we have been showing the story of my main man, Shining Wizard. Right here. My main man, Shining Wizard. And he is at the end of the road. He's about to walk into WrestleMania Night 2, completely battered and bruised from a hard-fought match against Brock Lesnar and a devastating spear from Roman Reigns, where he faces the Tribal Chief in the final match of the story mode. Did you do the Unleashed story? Nope, but we will be doing that next. Either that or my GM. But we will be doing the women's MyRise. And we have a special character made for it, too. Made by a lovely viewer who I will be getting with here pretty soon. Haven't beat Undisputed myself yet. It's pretty fun.
I feel like hell. I think I'm the only person in this stadium who believes I'm going to win.
Why the hell would you say that?
Come on, man.
I need serotonin.
Hear the locker room.
Let's get some serotonin, guys.
Fluke since day one.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna mention stuff like that anymore. If something like that happens again,
Spare
I'll just
serotonin, please.
I'll just let it go. Lesson learned. From now on, when stuff like that happens, I will make sure to just ban and move on. I will not say a word. I want to do my GM, but I know the AI would kick my ass like my 2K24 did. It's a fun thing I have in mind for this year, though.
Oh, poor me. No one believes in the Dark Horse. Get a hold of yourself.
I'm just being real.
Seriously, in 3+ years as champion, I would have thought you'd learn to silence the voices in your head.
Brother, it's called anxiety. Do you not have that?
I mean, I guess I just...
You're so used to others doubting you that you won't let them believe in you.
Wow. That's deep shit. That's deep shit, brother.
Logan Paul, Rhodes, Lesnar, they were all doubters, and look at what you did to them. You were NXT champion. Roman never did that.
I wonder if we would have teamed up with Finn Balor if we didn't go over the NXT. I guess Balor is our last minute bro. Though our real ride or die Dom is out, so it makes sense. Exactly. He got taken out. But listen, the leader of the Shining Wizard fan club, he's here to push us on.
Maybe you have a point.
You're damn right I do. You might not feel like it, but you're not the Dark Horse anymore. You're the favorite. So go out there and prove the biggest doubter of all wrong.
Let's do it. Here we go, chat. The time has come. Shining Wizard defends the undisputed WWE Universal Championship against Roman Reigns. Next, at WrestleMania. I love it too. It was created by another viewer, actually. It's created by Melody Small over in our Discord server. You all should follow him. They do great work. Always. Thank you. He got hurt. That's not a him problem. WrestleMania.
Spare serotonin, please.
All right, chat. We will play this music. Then, we've got another theme to play.
Spare serotonin, please.
Forever. I mean, it's almost 3, though, chat. I don't want to fight forever. I want to go to sleep after this. I want to go to sleep after this, dude. Here we go. Yeah, there he is, Dom. Let's go. You know it. Come on, man. Shake my hand. Look at this. I have my supporters and my haters here. Miz, you're looking at one of the longest reignings WWE Universal Championship holders. Let's fucking do it. Here we go. It's time. And we're gonna let the entrances play, chat. As always. Kick down the gates of the Roman Empire and make this jabroni acknowledge you. That's what Sami Zayn said. El Generico, LOL. I don't know who that is. I don't know what... I don't know who you're talking about. He runs an orphanage. That was Sami Zayn there. That wasn't El Generico.
The ultimate challenge awaits this man, the undisputed champion.
The workhorse. The Magic Man.
Spare serotonin,
one of the longest
please.
reigning world champions of all time. Shining Wizard. The brightest star in the night sky. The man with the magic spell. Whatever you want to call him. He has earned this here. The right to main event WrestleMania. The right to hold all the gold. The The right to hold everything. It reminds me, I've been listening to some stories about Hillbilly Jim on weekends on SiriusXM. Some of his stories from his wrestling career are really interesting when he was active. It's fun to listen to. Was he on like Busted Open or something? He was your champion since you had your last job. Yeah, I know. The right to enjoy serotonin.
Let's get this started.
Let's do it, chat. The final showdown. Why is this like taking place at like daytime? Shouldn't this be like pitch black outside? Like, look at that. You can see the sun on the horizon. It should be like pitch black. He's a DJ on Outlaw Country there. He weekends at 10 a.m. Also, he's like a disc jockey now? That's crazy. This is cursed. This is cursed, chat. This right here is cursed. I feel sick to my stomach looking at this.
Stampede!
What the fuck?
Hello, Mario.
I don't know how to...
Hello, Mario.
Mr. Cool, thank you for bringing your community over here. For those of you unaware, my name's Shirafistep, president of Longboy Club, large enjoyer of wrestling, more wrestling, and other wrestling. Because right now, we're fucking wrestling, and it's the final match of the story mode with Shining Wizard. This is it. The final showdown. It is Shining Wizard taking on Roman Reigns in the main event of WrestleMania for the Undisputed Universal Championship and the World Heavyweight Championship. Also, congrats, Steph. Thank you. Again, I would never, ever think I would even come close to reaching this point. At any point, no matter the circumstance, I never thought I would get to there. But I am so lucky. I'm gonna take the sick off for this. I'm very, very lucky to have the friends I do. I'm lucky to have, you know, the peers I do. I'm lucky to have people that would consider me worth worth their time. And yeah, I super appreciate it. Let's end this on a high note. Let's end this on a high note. Send the crowd home happy. You are so worth it. And so are you, Mr. Cool. Shining needs to squash Reigns. You can't do that, man. This has got to be the match to end all match. Wait, he doesn't even want the World Heavyweight Championship. He just wants the Undisputed Universal title. That kind of devalues the World Heavyweight Championship, doesn't it? Exactly what Ashley said. If you like wrestling giraffes or stinky cats, drop a follow. Because that's what I specialize in. This is really good viewpoints to have. I love the stream so far. Might come back soon. You should. You absolutely should. Because we have a lot of fun over here. This is good to see.
Won't be the last time he sees his championship. The most glorious title in the world of sports entertainment. The history of WWE.
All right, chat. This is called I Never Lose Myself. I've never listened to this up until tonight.
WWE will be changed forever tonight. With Roman Reigns' shocking WrestleMania return, we will find out who is the greatest champion.
Hold on. I'm going to turn it up just a tiny bit.
This book won't be written by history scholars. It'll be written by the battle of wills between two of the best competitors in the modern era.
Roman Reigns helped create this title run.
For 120 seconds.
Are you kidding me?
My dream.
Nice. Can we snooze real quick? Oh, wait. I'm not so sure about this. I just realized it is from anime. It's from Soul Eater. I am not so sure about this, chat. I'm not so sure about this. Ruby, with your permission, can I move on from this? Just for the sake of the video not getting blicked? Yeah, exactly. I might get that big DMCA. Both are anime songs. No, it's fine. It's just we need to be a little cautious about what we end up using on this stream, you know? I mean, I'm already playing a little bit of it, so we'll see how it gets blicked or not on on the VOD. Should I put my next one up? I mean, you can. I'll look a bit more into it and just, you know, see like, you know, if it, you know, tends to get claimed. Either way, I'm going to play this. Oh shit. Hold on. This is more Persona music, chat. Just letting you know. This is the final boss music of Persona 5 Royal. This is what plays in the final boss of the game. This is like, you know, the secret ending final boss. It is called Throw Away Your Mask. Gross display of power. A question for anyone who might know this. Does posting a Spotify link good to give people for music-heavy games? Only asking because I was wanting to play some Tony Hawk games one day on stream. I will say that... Oh, shit! Hold on. No! Ooh! No! No! Ref, don't let... Yes, let's go! Fuck you! Get out of here, Miz! Let's go! Exactly, the simp got served! Let's go! I never liked that guy, exactly. Come on! Get in here, Roman! You and me!
Second minute Cheetos break my dude.
No fucking shot. What? Holy shit. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play an ad here real quick. Break time. Where the heck's Cheetos? Raw rolls on after this. Jeez. Oh yeah, never get in a boxing match with God, said Shining Wizard.
Silent Hill can also be tossed on the fire, but this one.
What was he talking about before this, chat?
Like this game, but for us,
what game was he talking about before this? Silent Hill can also be thrown on the fire. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? On what fire? Your whole crew was standing there and they let Miz go out there, shaking my head. They weren't expecting it, I guess. Think it's okay for streams? Because Twitch could probably just mute the VOD. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, it's more of a thing in where it's like, I want to make sure that these can survive on YouTube, right? Because I have a Twitch VOD channel on YouTube. I want to make sure that these VODs can survive on there, you know? Because there's absolutely, like, look at this, like, literally. I got this, like, right now. Like, the fun thing about one of these is that we played a bit of a popular Russian song, right? And that song got the video, like, fucking blocked in multiple territories, you know? It got blocked in multiple territories, and I had to mute that part of the VOD. Even though it was a very fun part of the VOD. I don't like doing that. And that's kind of like why I need to be a bit more cautious about sharing that. I wish I had a big giraffe plushie so I could hug it. Well, you know, Walmart exists. Although I would, listen, chat. One of my goals as a streamer is to eventually get like a plush, right? Or at least get like a plush of the long boy that's like a noodle, right? Like it's a big old, it's a big old long like squishmallow, you know? I would like one of those.
Back.
And welcome back to Raw. The homunculus is a little tired. The long boy pool toy. Exactly, it'll be like a pool noodle. Oh! Oh shit. Ooh! Alright, we're gonna lock in, chat. Ooh! Holy shit! Maybe Homunculus is drunk. He's had a little bit too much of the sauce. Super kick! I was about to say, there's absolutely no way, right? Holy shit! Oh, spear! No, not even a 1 count! Let's go! Come on! Woo! All right. One more for the road, chat. Let's do the Sonic Ray Boom! No! We just need to finish this, chat. Come on! No! Regain your stamina, Shiny Wizard. This is it. This right here is the moment. That's it. No! I want to see. No fucking shot. That was an anticlimactic end to the main. Just saying, haven't tried the overdrive yet. Didn't need the overdrive. It's over. Wow. Yes, it is. Bow, bow, bow.
Oh my God!
Is that everyone's reaction to Shining Wizard? Nobody gets up from the overdrive. That's very true.
There were still doubters that he could pull this off, myself included.
I just want to soak
He
this.
did it.
This is history right here.
Yes.
What's this? Roman Reigns about to head to the back, but now he's stopped.
Is the head of the table.
Roman, what are you doing, man? Screen event. They don't play until Raw the next night.
No, look at Roman's face, Cole. The champion has not seen the last of him. Maybe not, but tonight is not about Roman Reigns. Tonight is about
He did it. Walking away like he had bad Mexican food. I love that. He did it.
Maybe it's time for you to acknowledge the Dark Horse.
Acknowledge your great wizard.
But WrestleMania is all about moments, and even I have to admit that this guy, well, what he's done tonight is incredible.
The champion has stepped out of Roman Reigns.
Look at that fireworks for Shining Wizard.
And tonight, he became a legend. For Byron Saxton, Corey Graves, I'm Michael Cole, and this is the end of WrestleMania and the beginning of a new era.
Holy fuck, he's jacked. He's like hench, dude. He has no more neck anymore. That's it. 20-minute long post-Mania celebration, or we riot. I got an idea for something. You completed the Undisputed MyRise story. You can now replay Undisputed and make different choices to experience alternative outcomes. Play optional content you might have skipped, or go and play the Unleashed story if you haven't already. You can also export your MyRise character to use in other 2K24 modes. Check the Discord in a bit. Acknowledge your no-neck king. You did it, chat. And that was Undisputed with Shining Wizard. He did the impossible. He overcame Roman Reigns at the Showcase of the Immortals. And he himself has become immortal. Look at that. Story mode completed. We didn't even get to 90. We didn't even get to 90, chat. That's how fucking good Shining Wizard was. Good lord. That was very, very, very fun. We made up stuff along the way. We've done a lot of things throughout all of this. And now we're going to upload him. Okay? We're going to upload him. That way everyone here can use him if they want. Let me go ahead and just put on some music here. Let's upload him, chat. I forgot I put the Typhoon on this fucking shithead. Good lord. My worst creation. There he is. Now this feels like wrong, right? Piece of shit couldn't get anything done. Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm going to do a couple things, right? Typhoon who? Exactly. I said the Typhoon. I said, who? I said, the new natural disaster. She said, who? I said, stand back! There's a... coming through. They said, oh! And then I said the other guy. No, this cannot be re-uploaded. So here's the thing. I'm gonna put his moveset on here too as like a different thing, right? I'm glad I stayed. You a good bean. Better than Monsoon. Better than Monsoon. No one's better than Gorilla Monsoon. Alright? So, hold on. Superstar. We're gonna do a custom thing here, okay? Long Boy Club. Yeah, chat. I honestly can't believe it's over, but it is. The Magic Man did it. He defied all the odds. And after a grueling journey to the top, he finally did what everyone said that he was not big time enough to do. And now he is a champion for the history books. Okay. I was joking that time, but I didn't know that there was a monsoon in wrestling. Wow, I surprised myself that time. Nobody stood a chance against the Shadow Wizard Money Gang and its de facto leader, exactly. As we saw at Survivor Series. I kind of wish that we were able to make amends with Cody, though. What should, like, the last one of this be? Should it be, like, MLP? Yeah, that plot just dropped. It did. It didn't get, like, resolved, you know? And I really, really wish it did. Because I really feel like that, you know, especially with how connected Cody was to us, he could have been the difference maker there, you know? And be like, no, you beat me fair and square. I'm not gonna let Roman be at the top again, you know? It's like tit for tat, you know? Roman cost Cody his title at SummerSlam all those years ago, and it would be fitting for Cody to return the favor, you know? To essentially give Roman his receipt. I don't know. That's what I would have done, you know? That's what I would have done in that equation. Ooh! Ah! Oh my god. What was that, chat? I'm just gonna do this.
Hello, Mario.
O.C. made famous through the Giraffe live stream. I'm just giving myself a pat on the back here. I'm just giving myself a shitty pat on the back. There you go, chat. There he is, right there. Superstar Longboy Club MLP. Those are your tags. Uploading. There he is. He is now out there for the world to see. So if you want to add him to your universe mode, if you want to do whatever you want with him, you absolutely can. And not only that, we're going to be uploading his moveset. Wait. Can we, like... Oh yeah, that's right. I think I got rid of the fucking sorry. Of the overdrive. Upload that moveset so everyone can eat shit on outside dives. You know it. We're gonna do common here. Superstar. Wait, no, that is not... We need Superstar. Longboy Club.
Spare serotonin, please.
Oh my god. Yay, thank you. Good lord. Alright, chat. Everything that you could possibly need for Shining Wizard is now out there for all of you. Got his final form in MyRise. He can't even get words out anymore, chat. The homunculus is done. He's finished. And so am I. This has been an incredible night. I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate everyone sticking around for basically the whole thing. Like, there's some of you who have been here since, like, minute 1. How the fuck? We are almost 6 hours into the stream. The fact that anyone is here for like, that... The fact that anyone is still here right now, let alone watch the whole thing from, like, start to end, that's incredible. That's incredible, chat. Shorter than my streams. No worries, Steph, because you're real entertainment, Steph. I'm just a guy. I'm a guy who tries. You took me through the gym to a cafe. Well, you know, as long as you got to where you wanted to go. And that's what matters. I'm very hungry, chat. I'm very hungry. So, I'm going to go and get some meatloaf. And then I'm probably going to go to sleep. Because we stand the GWWF here. The GWWF, the Giraffe World Wrestling Federation. Go pet your stinky cat, too. This reminds me of when I used to do MLP wrestling vids on YouTube. You did MLP wrestling vids? What did that look like? There was only, like, one instance of wrestling in the entirety of MLP's history, and that was in the G4 comic. And even then, it was only in one issue. CCW, Carolot Championship Wrestling. Yo, I return. You are just in time for the end, Bruiser. Thank you for the raid again, by the way. Did you keep your title? Yep. Shining Wizard is the greatest of all time now. Even greater than Henry the Cat, Some might say even greater than Gira. But that's a discussion for another day. For now, we need to find someone to raid. And I need to say once again, thank you everyone. If you've not done so already, follow the Twitch channel, because if we get to 1,000 followers by my birthday on October 2nd, then I will stream Wrestling Empire. And it will be an origin story of a classic character here on the channel, Gira. A former world champion, a former mid-card champion, really everywhere that he's been. You will see the beginnings of his story in Wrestling Empire, but only if we get to 1,000 followers by October 2nd. Ms. Who? I said Mike Mizan. Ms. Who? I said Mike Mizanin. She said, who? I said Ms. and Mrs. She said, who? I said, awesome! She said, oh! And then I said, fuck that guy. Because Shining Wizard overcome every single obstacle he put in his way. And he came out the other side. Just like the chatty is. Now the question, chat, is who is streaming at this hour? Right? No fucking shot. What? Stellar is still streaming? Well, we gotta go and raid to him, chat. We gotta go out and raid to him. You know? Because he is currently on his 4-year anniversary subathon. And we need to go there and surprise him with a big raid. Okay? You're still going on it? We are just about to end. Actually. But yeah. Follow the Twitch channel. Follow me on all my socials. Literally, my links are right there in my card. My Twitter, my YouTube channels, my... my TikTok, my Blue Sky. Everything is Giraffe Stev. Follow, or rather join the Discord server. We have a lot of fun over there. With video games, wrestling, ponies, etc, etc, etc. Y'all should join that. It's really, really fun, and I would love to have you over there. And, not only that, check out the new YouTube video. It's really funny, and we put a lot of work into it. In fact, here's a good clip from it. What the hell? I literally thought that was one of you for a second.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I knew. I was just like, I was able to just go like at 5 a.m. completely sleep deprived and get away with it.
Wow, that was really funny, wasn't it? In fact, it's so funny that the entire video is exactly like that. But don't take my word for it. Go and watch the video yourself. Because it's very funny and it's very good. And my friend Ty put a lot of work into it. Right, those are your raid messages, everyone. Those are your raid messages. That right there is for... Wait. Unable to pin. Something went wrong. Please try again. Chat, I think that Discord is like trying to tell me something. What the fuck? We will leave out on this, chat. We'll leave out on this crucial final bit. I present to you, immortalized for all to see. It is. Hold on a second. Immortalized for all to see is Shining Wizard. I'm going to zoom in on him so everyone can get a good look at him while we raid out to... Also, thank you for pinning that, Ashley. I appreciate it. While we raid out to my friend Stellar. Hold on a second. Where the fuck is the raid? There it is. Stellar Eclipse. I think. Right there. That's what we're doing. I'm really hoping that he's not about to end stream because we're about to surprise him with a big raid. We're about to surprise him with a big raid, chat. But yeah, thank you. Genuinely. It is this right here, is moments like these why I love doing this. Just being here with all of you and being able to share this shit. I love it more than anything. No, thank you. Thank you. We're gonna get to 1,000 followers by year's end. I can almost guarantee it. No matter what, we're gonna have fun while we do it. Have a good one, man, you lovely bean. You all have good ones too, and I'll see you next time. In about a week, because I want to take a break. I'll see you all then. Bye.